I can't see. Are we all here?
Okay.
I'm looking as well, Ms. Conover.
We're waiting on a few people.
Okay, let me know, please.
Is that better? All right. Good deal. Okay, well, I'll just hang around until you.
I'm looking for Ms. Matheson. Is she on?
I don't think she's yet, Ms. Ramos.
She's the only one we're waiting on. I see Ms. Matheson now. Ms. Conover, I believe that all 9 board members are here. Perfect.
I would like to call the policy committee meeting of the whole of the Allentown School District for tonight, Thursday, February the 11th to order. Prior to tonight's committee meetings, an executive session was held virtually. Topics for discussion were personnel and confidential items. Mr. Parker, okay. Mr. Parker, do you have any comments to share with us this month?
No comments.
Okay. Having none, I would like to call Dr. Brown to discuss policy 226.
Thank you, Mrs. Conover. Tonight, Ms. Polick, our Director of Student Services, will be presenting for the first reading policy 226 related to student searches. Ms. Polick?
Good evening.
I'm sorry, before Ms. Pollock, before you start, Ms. Conover, do you want to ask for public comment on agenda items?
Okay, sure, absolutely. Are there any public comments on any agenda, on the agenda items? Again, I can't see, so whoever's in control.
Yeah, there's currently one, Gail Spurbaum. No, there's three.
The first one is Gail.
Yes,
So Gail's Spearbaum, if I hope I'm correctly pronouncing your name, could you please state your name and address?
Gail Sprobaum, 646 East Juniata Street in Allentown.
Okay, proceed.
I'm not aware of what the agenda items are. So I'm not sure if what my concern is will be addressed. Can I express what that concern is at this time, or must I wait?
If I could, Ms. Conover, if
Yes.
it's specific to the agenda, then now, if not, at the end of the agenda, there will be a space for any general comment, and you can bring up any topic you would like to at that time.
Okay, I will wait since, like I said, I'm unaware what the agenda items are. I haven't seen an agenda.
And if I may also, they're online. You can they're posted. And if we were in an actually building, they would be actually laid out for you. So in the future, before you come, if you'll be able to see what those agenda items are, because they are public. All right.
Thank you very much.
The next person would be
yeah, the next person is Patricia McNamara.
Ms. McNamara. Please state your full name and address and proceed. Thank you.
Hi, Patty McNamara, 1035 North 19th Street, Allentown. I did not know or was aware there was an agenda item on the website, so I don't know what the agenda is tonight. So I will wait.
Thank you so much. Our next person on the list.
Yes, the next person is Barbara Redmond.
Ms. Redmond, please give your full name and address and proceed. Is she there?
I think Mrs. Redmond has to unmute herself, Mrs. Conover.
Okay.
Ms. Redmond?
Can you
Okay,
hear
there
me
you go.
now? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my
Yes.
name is Barbara Redmond, 1701 Sequoia Street, Allentown, Pennsylvania. I will also wait until the end for my comments as well.
So you'll be waiting for non-agenda, I assume. I only assume.
Yes,
Thank you very much.
you're welcome.
Are there any other persons for agenda items at this time? Hearing and seeing none, we will proceed to Mrs. Polak. You will be presenting policy number 226, and this is an action item to be approved to go to our next board meeting, regular board meeting. That'll be held on February 25th.
Good evening, everyone. Policy 226 acknowledges the need to respect the rights of students to be free from unreasonable searches and seizures while fulfilling the district's interest in protecting and preserving the health, safety, and welfare of the school population, enforcing rules of conduct, and maintaining an appropriate atmosphere conducive to learning. There are a number of concerns around this section on searches involving the removal of clothing or examination beneath clothing. That has since been amended by the solicitor to prohibit the examination or exposure of body parts, and that administrators may conduct pat-down searches of students after removal of jackets, coats, or other outerwear only when there's reasonably suspicion that the particular student possesses a weapon, illegal drugs, or other article that could reasonably pose a danger of harm to the student or others. The section on locker inspections has additional language added to allow the inspection of students' lockers due to the lack of cleanliness. And the section on the search of cell phones and electronic devices was previously added to the policy and includes the same requirements of reasonable suspicion that material in violation of the law or district policy needs to be contained in the device. That's it for changes. Are there any questions?
Linda Vega?
Yeah, I'm looking at the what you have up. Where does it have searches under the undergarments prohibited? I'm sorry, I didn't see it when you had it up.
Let's see when they bring it back up. I'm sorry, Linda, I'm not manipulating the screen. But it's under the section searches involving removal of clothing or examination or exposure of private body parts. Is the section that now has been changed to prohibit the examination or exposure of private body parts.
Okay.
Are there any other comments? Will I be accepting, can I accept the motion for this to be moved on to our next regular board meeting of February 25th?
Linda.
I'll make that motion, Mrs. Conover. I'm sorry, Linda.
Linda, the motion was so moved by Linda and seconded by Nancy? Well,
Sure.
okay, so this, all in favor, let it be known by saying
Aye.
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 So this will be, perfect. This will be forwarded to our next regular board meeting, which will be held on February 25th, 2021. At this time, do we have any non-agenda items that the public would like to discuss? Let me see.
The first one on the list is Rebecca Serba.
Rebecca Serba, please state your name and address and proceed.
My name's Rebecca Serba and my address is 1015 East Hamilton Street in Allentown. And I have two questions if I can. One pertaining to what you all just discussed about the search in the school. Is this like, what would you consider a reasonable suspicion? Is that listed somewhere? And then also, who is the search performed by? A teacher? Is there officers that do it? That I'm not familiar with, you know, that process. Or maybe this isn't the right place to ask.
I could give a real quick answer if you like, Ms. Conlon.
Yes, please.
Yeah, reasonable suspicion. You've heard the notion of probable cause. Reasonable suspicion is something less than that. It's kind of a standard recognized level of scrutiny, recognized consistently by the courts, and it's reasonable. What's reasonable is, you know, it has to have some objective foundation. It has to be reasonable. Who ultimately decides? I guess a court could ultimately decide, but in the first instance, it's administrators who would determine what's reasonable and what's not.
Is there a set of guidelines? Because
so if I may, and I'm not really, it's not my goal to cut you off, Ms. Serba, but it's my understanding. I guess you don't understand the process, so let me just try to clarify it. What happens is when you come and you at this meeting or any meeting for that matter, you you say what you have to say. The board policy, we typically don't respond right away to the public. If you want a quick response, you can use less talk. but and us not responding does not mean that we don't hear you. So I don't want to minimize what you're saying. When we opened up and we asked for agenda items, typically what should have happened, the process is you go online, you get to see what's going to be on the agenda, and then you come prepared to ask those questions. And then in the event that we're in this meeting, when we go to our regular board meeting, because it's not over until it's over, I want you to understand that. If there's something that you don't agree with, when it's brought up for a vote, for a final vote, then you can actually speak up as well, or you can speak up on agenda items. So I hope I provided clarity. Like I said, it's not the board's, we don't normally speak out, like respond right away to the public. So we're not ignoring you. We do hear you. I hope that
Okay,
helps.
no, this is just my first Zoom meeting like this, so I didn't know if you could actually hear me.
Yep, well taken.
I don't know
Thank
if I
you
have
so
my
much.
computer set up.
And I'm glad that I said something, because I don't want you to think that we don't hear, because I hear very well. So, and thank you very much.
Well, I appreciate you guys helping me get a better understanding of the process.
Lisa, can we tell them that this is policy 226?
Yes, she has it. We announced it. It's policy 226, so she has time to look it up. But what I would
Right,
like
and
to
where
do
to
right
look it up?
now is, Mr. Parker, would you like to make a comment, since you are head of our district? You may want to make a comment at this point. But Ms. Serpa, are you done? I don't want to.
Thank you. If I may, and if we need to talk about it later because of the way the process works, that's fine. I just was under the impression that part of the meeting that y'all were having tonight was to discuss the teacher that's currently on administrative leave and what's going on with that whole scenario, and how, excuse me, how the parents might feel about him.
So
Not
since
making any judgments.
So we have about, what is it, 3 minutes, Mr. Freund? We normally give our.
Yes, normally 3 minutes.
All right, so we're gonna give you another 2 minutes. So we want you to state what you came to state, because we want to hear. And then what we'll do is we'll go to the next person, if that's okay. And also after that, Mr. Parker, if you would like to make a statement, please do, because we did speak. Freund spoke, I spoke, we all spoke out of turn, but that's what I would like to do next. Is that okay?
Me? Yes.
Serpa? Yes.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
you got 2 more minutes, and just tell us everything you want us to know, what you initially came for. We want to hear it.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I just, we see the news and you can't believe everything you're reading. So obviously the district has taken some action in like suspending him, and I would assume there's some conversation or investigation going on. And I actually do believe in people's right to protest, whether it's in favor or against my personal beliefs. My only concern is, or my hope is, that the district is talking to him and honestly trying to find out what kind of an individual he is, because we do live in a majority minority school system. And I would like to have teachers from all facets of life in our school system, but quite honestly, if he was found to have some derogatory feelings about certain groups of people, I don't know if he should be teaching them. And I'm really not trying to offend anyone. I'm just trying to talk and be straightforward. So I see that there was a suspension, and I just hope that there are talks with him to further find out, where his soul is, because he's teaching children from all walks of life. And that's it. Thank you so much for your time.
And thank you. Next, we will have.
So, Ms. Conover.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Parker.
And I'll say very quickly, in terms of process for all of our community members, traditionally the board doesn't answer questions during the public comment format. We do have, as Ms. Conover said, the Let's Talk. If you do have a question and you need a response, you can send something to Let's Talk and we'll be back with you in a matter of hours. Additionally, if you do have questions that you need answered, you can email the superintendent's office and we can get answers to those questions for you at any time. And I'll probably further clarify, and I think this community member brought it up. There is no agenda item related to action on any employee at this board meeting. So just to ensure that that's clear, no conversation and no agenda item related to any employee on the agenda this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. The next person on our, I can see now, on our list is Paz Simpson. If you can state your full name and address and proceed, please.
Yes, my name is Paz Simpson. My address is 822 North 30th Street. I'm actually reaching out as a concerned parent, as a citizen of this area, and also as a community activist in this area, knowing that this wasn't an agenda item, but we want to talk about, this situation. We have, in less than a week, accrued more than 600 signatures that I can gladly send over to the school board, showing the displeasure that the parents in our community have felt from this action of this educator. Our issue is anyone that is paid to educate, protect, and heal our students, should not be someone that can support terrorism or white supremacy. We're in a community that is majority Black and brown, and by not protecting those Black and brown children, what we are doing is breaking the bond and the trust that these children may have. I don't know why my camera's not on. I'm trying. Let me see. And we're 85% Black and Hispanic. I'm trying to use my camera, but I don't want to lose the time while trying to get the camera working. Let's see. But like I said, we have signatures that we can show. We have also comments by people in our community, because once an educator breaks that bond, they have the ability to either inspire someone to go learn or deter a student from learning. And there are parents that have reached out to us here at Promise Neighborhood. There are parents that have reached out to me as a father in the school district with their displeasure of how this has gone down, and these people need to be heard. So I don't know what's the best way to get you all of these signatures and the comments from this community so that the school district and the school board can review how the people of this city feels. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. The next person on our list is Christine Condon. Please state your name and address, full address for the board, and proceed.
Hi, it's Christine Condon, 2019 Columbia Avenue, Whitehall Township. And although I don't live in the city of Allentown, I have really deep concerns about or for the children and the community of Allentown. Jason Moorhead proudly displayed on Facebook his presence at the insurrection in Washington, D.C. on January 6th. What kind of message does that send to the children that he's taught, to the community, to a majority minority community in Allentown? And is this the kind of person that we want in our school district, spending time with our children, and influencing minds and hearts. And his very presence, knowing the things he's done, posing a threat to children of color. I ask the board to very seriously consider the firing of Jason Moorhead for the good of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Condon. Next person on our list is Enid Santiago. Please state your full name and address for the board and proceed.
Hello, my name is Enid Santiago. I live on South Jefferson Street in Allentown. And I'm actually going to speak about a couple of items. Number one, I still cannot believe that there was a policy that would allow a stranger to go under the underpants of my child. I just thank Jesus that that policy was never used on my child, because I still can't believe it. I'm in shock. I'm glad that it's gone, but it's horrible. And I'm speechless on this one. So thank you to whoever was the school board member that brought this up and make sure that this went away. The other thing is I just heard Superintendent Parker mention that if you have questions to submit them. I submitted 27 questions back in June and I'm still waiting for an answer. So maybe we want to go ahead and touch up on that one. And lastly, and most importantly, and the reason why I'm here, Jason Moorhead. Oh man. Let me tell you, this was not a peaceful protest like I keep hearing. This was an insurrection. This was an insurrection that was planned. People went there with guns. We had an officer, actually 2 officers died. 5 people in total died. Over 140 people were injured. How is that ever a peaceful protest? How does that ever attest to the same rights that anybody has to peacefully protest? If this would have been Black or brown people, it would have been hundreds that would have been dead. But again, that's not part of the school district. Your issue is taking care of Jason Moorhead and making sure that that man never, ever teaches BIPOC children in the school district of Allentown. I want to make it clear that not terminating Jason Moorhead will be a liability for our district. If only one child puts a formal complaint on this terrorist who took part in the attempt of overthrowing our government and our election, our democracy, the district will be 100% liable because you brought him back. This man is teaching history of all subjects to an almost 80% BIPOC district. How is this even acceptable? I need everyone to understand that having this man around is a liability. And that's the bottom line. It's going to cost myself and every other taxpayers the lawsuit that are brought into the school district because this man harasses, speaks, or treats our children differently, which I'm sure it has happened, but it has gone on deaf ears. But now we're listening. Now we're here. Now we're going to show up. Now we're going to remind you that today, all the people that are on this call came here to let you know that this man needs to be terminated. Otherwise, he will be a liability on the BIPOC majority school district of the city of Allentown. That is all I had. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you, Ms. Santiago. Next on our list is Barbara Redmond. Please state your name and your address and please proceed.
Okay, again, my name is Barbara Redmond. I live at 1701 Sequoia Court, Allentown, Pennsylvania. And basically what I want to talk about is Moorhead. Everything that I have heard and read about Moorhead reminds me of a wolf in sheep clothing. We have to take a stand because if we don't take a stand, we're going to allow this wolf out of the jungle and he will come and take our children. And that's all I have to say. We have to be very, very careful with this man teaching our children and being around our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Redmond.
You're welcome.
If I may ask, before I call the next person, if you've spoken already and it's not your goal to speak again, can you please put your hands down? Thank you. Next person on the list is Darlene Simpson. Please state your name and address and proceed.
Yes, Darlene Simpson Riddick, president of the NAACP of Allentown, live on Jefferson Street. We have received several emails from parents who are very upset. Here in Allentown, we have a teacher that is teaching in his classroom where there is 80% Black and brown children, 71% of them being from different countries. As Donald Trump is ripping families apart by putting them in cages and calling people of color names. My question is, what are the guidelines of discussing political issues in the classroom?
Is there a technology problem?
No, that is it. What is the policy of discussing political issues in the classroom?
Are you done?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I'm gonna go to the next person. I assume that there's several people from maybe one household, so I will probably be calling the same name twice, but please correct me by giving your full name and address, because I do understand that there's probably several computers or devices that are actually registered in the person's name. So the next person on my list would be Rodney Bush. Please state your name and address and proceed.
Yeah, my name is Rodney Bush. I live on the west side of Allentown. I want to thank y'all for giving me the opportunity to speak today. Protecting our kids is a very crucial, something that we should take very serious in our community and in our village. There's an African proverb that says, it takes a village to raise a child. Now, if we're allowing our children to be taught in an environment that is not healthy, that is damaging, and that stunts their brilliance, we are not equipping them and preparing them for life in a successful manner. Teachers have the opportunity to either build our students and our children, or they have the opportunity to break our students and our children. It takes one teacher saying one thing to send one child spiraling down a cycle that leads them into prison or into death. Now, on January 6th, Jason Moorhead attended the insurrection at our Capitol. Now, I fight for the right that everybody has the right to speak their mind and that they can protest for whatever issues that they want to. But what happened on January 6th wasn't simply an protest. It was them trying to destroy our democracy. And my worry is that when a teacher has that mindset and the teacher has those ideals and the teacher is clearly flaunting that for the public to see, we can only imagine what that teacher is doing in the classroom to our students. And it worries me. I mean, I heard stories after stories upon stories from students in the Allentown School District that have come across and have been faced with profiling, discrimination, and have been judged and treated differently based on the color of their skin, based on their accent, based on their style of hair. And that one incident can damage a child for the rest of their lives. Now it's upon the school board and it's upon you guys to do the right thing in protecting our children. We are here and standing in solidarity. We are here letting it be known that the community is not going to sit back and watch as teachers damage our students. They stunt their brilliance and they take their creative minds. We're not going to sit back and watch that. So it's on you guys to do the right thing for our children. That's why you guys are elected officials. And we are going to be holding folks accountable. This teacher needs to be held accountable. We cannot allow him back into the classroom, because if he is bold enough to put stuff like that on his Facebook, put stuff like that on his Twitter, can you only imagine what he does in the classroom behind closed doors? Thank you.
Ms. Conover, I think it'd be appropriate for me to say something at this point. I certainly appreciate that, many of you have very strong opinions about what you saw on the social media and in the media. But I want to remind everybody that all the facts are not in here. We haven't come to any conclusions. The investigation that we are involved in is not over. And we have not established the facts, the total facts of his involvement. So just keep that in mind, that the facts are not all in. And I think it's important that in terms of your comments, that you keep that in mind.
Thank you, Mr. Freund. But I also want to go to the next person because I want to hear. So the next person here will be Erica Shoemaker. Please state your full name and address and proceed. Thank you.
Lisa, while we're waiting for him to get on, let's remember that 2 weeks ago, everyone got to speak. And so these parents want to speak now too. So let's give them the platform and not stifle what they want to say, because we didn't do that 2 weeks ago.
Thank you, Ms. Phoebe. Okay, Eric Shoemaker is not available. Maybe we'll come back to him, but I'm going to go on to the next person, Robin Weaver. Please state your full name and address and proceed.
Hi, my name is Robin Weaver. My address is 2037 West Washington Street, Allentown, PA. I'm here to speak as a resident of the Allentown School District and also an educator in the community. It's our job as neighbors, but also especially paramount as educators to protect the children that we are serving, that we see on a daily basis. Jason Moorhead has identified himself as a white supremacist by his participation in the Capitol insurrection. And it is, your duty as educators in our community and as leaders in our community to hold him accountable and protect our children. We understand that traumatization occurs through racism and through white supremacy, especially, students of color experience this on a daily basis. And it's impossible to learn when you have that fight or flight response, occurring constantly, being around a person who, through his participation in an insurrection does not believe that you are a full human deserving of rights and love. So it is, I'm imploring you as an educator in your community to please protect our children and make sure that Jason Moorhead does not, have the opportunity to continue to teach in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Weaver. Our next person on the list is Justin Parker Fields. Please state your full name and address and proceed.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Oh, great. Thank you. My name is Justin Parker Fields, and I'm speaking on behalf of Black Lives Matter Lehigh Valley. I live on West Linden Street in Allentown. To start off, to School Board Director John Freund, just as a privileged white man, this would be a great opportunity to listen, the same way that you listened to Jason Moorhead supporters 2 weeks ago. Allentown School District employee and educator Jason Moorhead attended a failed coup where 2 police officers were murdered. He was among local homegrown terrorists who traveled to the Capitol to intimidate, harm, and disrupt the national election. He teaches BIPOC children and has the power to influence them and has general power over them in his classroom. How many microaggressions has he gotten off his chest to our Black and brown children? A lot of our children aren't even fully prepared to understand what a microaggression is, how to process it, and how to respond without fear of retaliation from their teacher. Your teacher is a walking liability. I understand that we were made aware that an employee of the Allentown School District is not on the agenda, but tonight we're putting our BIPOC children on the agenda. The community, Black, brown, and white, remain united on this front, and we will not accept a deal. We will not accept an apology without changed behavior. We are asking for the termination of your employee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was Fields, right? We're moving really fast, but thank you very much. Our next person in line is Nicholas Maxwell. Please state your full name and address and address the board, please. Thank you.
Hello. All right, my name is Nicholas Maxell. I live at 111 East Johnston Street in Allentown. So I am just here to those speaking against him, stop the attack on Jason Moorhead. Yeah, he's a great person, dedicated teacher, consistent volunteer, family man, coach, but that doesn't really matter, does it? Because our laws do not protect that. They protect our rights, whether or not we like a person. I heard it said, what kind of message does it send in being in a classroom? It says, I'm an American. I'm free to speak. What evidence does anybody out there have that Jason has ever said or done anything against this community? None. There is plenty of evidence, however, that he's done a lot for the community. Consistent volunteering is one of them. I also think it's important to understand that this information was not put out there publicly by him. This was on his personal page, not public, made public by someone else. So our Constitution protects our rights, our freedom of speech, and our freedom of assembly. There is zero evidence that Jason took any part in a riot. Frankly, if he's not reinstated, it's a violation of his contract. Frankly, I don't think the school district has the funds to throw around like that. Taxpayers like me would not appreciate it very much. Good teachers should challenge your thinking, not just fall in line with what they are told to think. We should have learned from Germany and the Gestapo how dangerous it is for everyone to try and think the same way. And also, it's downright evil to call him a white supremacist. I don't know what evidence anybody has of that. It is called slander to do that. And it's also dehumanizing, a technique used in Nazi Germany. I think it's important everybody starts remembering what it was like back then, if you have all forgotten your history, when they dehumanized massive amounts of people and moved in violently against them. You know, think of this one. This was written in a book, Friends of Voltaire, by Evelyn Beatrice Hall. I disapprove of what you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it. We used to hold that really, really precious in this country. We understood the freedom of speech. We understood that people can disagree, but we're still people and we're still neighbors. Taking part in an assembly is an important part of our rights. So my point is, as I finish, you have no right. You have no right to deny his constitutional rights. You have no right to violate his contract. You have no right to hurt his family and his beautiful twin children. You have no right to take a great educator out of the schools where you so desperately need him and you know it. You have no right to spend our taxpayer money on your crusade. That's really all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Burbon. Next will be Nicholas Maxwell. Please state your name and address and proceed.
Mrs. Conover, that was Mr. Maxwell. Where next would be Ms. LaTarsha Brown.
Oh, why did his name come up? Okay. Thank you, Nancy. The next person in line would be LaTarsha Brown. Please state your name and address and proceed.
LaTarsha Brown. I live on Randolph Street in Allentown, Pennsylvania. I don't want to sound redundant. However, it is dehumanizing to our youth and our students in Allentown School District to be subjected to a teacher who is supposed to educate and be a role model. Teachers are held to a higher standard, so their personal lives are in the eye of the public. Jason Moorhead attended this riot with the understanding that it had a lot of negative, context involved with it. At the time that he posted those images, he was hearing words from Donald Trump that implemented negativity, that encouraged people to go to the Capitol and plan to kill the vice president. It is our job as parents, teachers, educators, community leaders to provide safety and to protect our students. It is a disservice to our students by having this teacher or this man who's supposed to be a teacher in our district. I could imagine, as another caller said, Enid, that all the complaints that would happen from this teacher being in the classroom. As a parent, I would not want my child to be in the classroom with this teacher, regardless of the face that he put on for others. You know, yes, many people have worked in the community and have done wrong. Sometimes people put on, you know, they representative and not the person that they truly are. I believe that his actions of going to the Capitol or being near the Capitol, going to the riot, was of those intentions. He said he was exercising his right, but what about the right to, you know, be a teacher and to make sure that he's not putting himself in a position to be guilty by association? We often teach our children that don't run with the wrong crowds, because you will be categorized in the same category as what they're doing. So if you're hanging with a group of people that are going to rob a bank and they get caught, you're with them, or something happened and you're with them, you're going to be upheld to the same consequences, if not even more, because you're present, you know, with those people. So I'm here to say that no matter what happens, on behalf of the students and the family in this community, along with other community leaders, I will be standing here and representing our youth and make sure that they are given the opportunity, the right of education, and to be safe. I would like to know if you guys could provide a timeline on when you plan to have this investigation concluded. So, you know, we won't be left in the dark. Again, I don't want to sound redundant because I know a lot of things were said, but we are here for our youth and we're not going anywhere. Thank you.
Next is Will Strauss.
Con-
Please state the name and address and proceed.
My name is Will Strauss. I'm from 2131 West Broad Street in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. I have a lot of friends and who have their children in the Allentown School District. Calling obviously about Jason Moorhead. Everyone has met, not everyone, most people have made great points calling out the teacher you have employed in the district who attended the January 6th insurrection, along with Proud Boys, white supremacists, and criminal domestic terrorists. He posted support for taking over the Capitol by those very groups during the event. The further issue is that he lied blatantly, boldly, and condescendingly on national television as a representative of the Allentown School District. He lied about why he was there. He deleted his social media accounts, trying to hide from persecution. He made himself out to be the victim of his own decisions. Persecuted.
Mr. Conover, I think we're getting over the point now where we're hearing legitimate concerns.
Screw you! I get my time.
Wait, hold on. Let me be the person that I'm supposed to be, Mr. Farn.
Yeah, but
you are our counsel.
I'm trying to
but
counsel. I'm trying to counsel you.
I don't want counseling right now. What I want him to do is finish, and then after that, then you could go.
All right. Well, I'm just concerned that we're getting into more defamation than really feelings.
Well, nobody's asking for counsel right now. We want to be heard right now.
All right. Well,
thank you. Sir, could you please proceed?
Thank you. So he sat with Michael Smerconish on a national platform to spout these false narratives and showed no remorse while trying to cover his ass. If your child is having an issue with this educator, would you trust him to tell the truth to the school board? How would a parent-teacher conference go with this guy? Jason Moorhead is not a victim. He is responsible for the consequences of his own actions. And it is the community who is demanding that this educator be brought to justice, because what he has done was shown himself incapable of having coherent thought during the worst moment in American history. And he was there supporting this action. So how can he lead the people of Allentown and their children in education, in social studies of all things? Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Strauss. Mr. Foreign, at this time, would you like to say something?
Yeah, I think that there's a line here, Ms. Conover, between legitimate expression about legitimate concern about the impression that has been made in terms of the effectiveness of this person as a teacher. There's a difference between that and defamatory statements about his character, and we shouldn't be tolerating that.
Well, Mr. Foreign, as the moderator, or whoever I am right now, at this time, I'm not asking for legal counsel. Okay, so I'm okay with listening to the people. This is what we've done thus far. I don't know how many people went before us. I'm okay with that. So whatever comes out of it, let it come out of it. But for now, I want the people to be heard. Is that okay?
Well, yeah, I'm here to give advice. So
And it may very well be hard to hear, but we're going to listen. Thank you very much. Next person is Jason Jenkins. Please state your name and address and address the board. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Jason Jenkins, and my address is 5216 Spring Ridge Drive. I was going to start with my brief background and how I'm a product of the ASD and how I valued the way that they made me a critical thinker. And it's not an accident that my social studies teacher, Bob Donchez, is the mayor of one city, and my old principal, Ray O'Connell, is the mayor of another. I do consider it the greatest gift that I've ever been given in my life was the teachers that I had at ASD that gave me the ability to think critically when it was hard to do so. And I come from a long line of teachers. My father taught 7th grade in the ASD for over 3 decades. My brother's a teacher. My uncle's a principal at St. Thomas More. I have close friends and relatives, and they all support Jason Moorhead. He was suspended for teaching for over a month simply for being in the same city. This is like charging everybody that was in Dallas when JFK was shot. It's insane. Okay, he never participated in any violent activities. He never endorsed them. He never went to the Capitol itself. He's never been charged with a crime, nor convicted of one. In short, he posted some comments that some people disagree with. And in response, the district cast aside their progressive discipline and immediately suspended him, never speaking to Mr. Moorhead. Superintendent Parker issued an incorrect official statement, placing him at the Capitol and being involved in the violent protest there. That is defamatory on its face. All one needs to do is listen to the others speaking here tonight to see a glimpse of the damage it has done. And I know that Parker's claim was false because I was with Jason Moorhead on January 6th, so I know he never went within a mile of the Capitol building. And this is an easily verifiable fact. They want to talk about their investigation. Not one person from the district has so much as called me, given me a text, an email, nothing, nor the other 4 people that were with Jason that day. None of us. We were willing to sign a verification or affidavit under penalty of perjury that Jason would affirm his actions and his whereabouts. Nobody has asked us to do so. So what investigation are they doing? Nothing. They have done 0 investigation. And you guys on the other side should be just as mad about that as we are. This has gotten completely out of control. They want to talk about character. He's got an 17-year impeccable record. He's got one complaint from an administrator, colleague, parent, or student that he's ever attempted to share or influence his students with his political views. And you can't produce any, and you know it. Okay, he's been a mentor. He's done the after school 21st century program. He's done ski club, board game clubs, boys and girls basketball, credit recovery, school plays, ASD Learn to Row program. To those of you here in opposition, I wonder how many of you know that on one of the last school ski trips that they had, Jason was skiing in jeans and a t-shirt because he lent out his ski pants, his ski coat, his gloves, and his hats to students who didn't have them. And most of those students were Hispanic and students of color. That's who Jason Moorhead is. So in closing, I ask the board now to also think critically because Jason deserves it. Parker did the right thing and resigned, but apparently we won't be getting an apology from him. So I ask this board to issue Jason a formal apology. He was doxxed today. They put his home address, his cell phone, and everything else online, and nothing's being done. You're part of the problem. He's not skipping to greener pastures. He's staying here and fighting for his students so that they have someone who can tell them what really went on that day, good and bad. Leave it where it may. So I'm willing to provide my contact information off camera if need be, but this is ridiculous.
Thank you very much. Next person on our list is Jason. Oh, Nancy, where am I?
Nicole
Seafelt. Please state your full name and address.
Yes, Nicole Seafelt. I actually live in Bethlehem Township, 4055 Danbury Drive. And as a concerned citizen, a student social worker, and also to those who are concerned about this staff member. I just have a few things to say, and I appreciate your time and the willingness to say them. However, I do disagree with Mr. Freund's comments about, this being a war, that people are just after him and trying to defame his character. I don't see that. What I see is someone actually having consequences for having a conscious choice to attend what actually became a coup and an overthrow of our government. It's not just let's speak plain language. This was an act of aggression. Okay, this is an act of domestic terror. The board was right in making these moves and doing an investigation. What message are we sending to white children as well as children of color? Children of color won't feel safe, are often, brought up to investigations and reprimanded much more than white children are. Even the people who attended the insurrection that day and who actually participated in it were given way more lenient treatment than they should have been and continue to be. And that's a concern. So my message is not only is it sending BIPOC as far as their safety, but what is it teaching white children about the system and of their fellow classmates? When you have a teacher who is known going down and participating in events and then get under freedom of speech, when it's not freedom of speech, you have consequences for that. You can say what you want to say, but expect if you do something like this, that there's consequences for that act. That's all.
Thank you very much, Ms. Suffolk. Next on the list is Jennifer Ortiz. Please state your full name and address.
Hi, is this where I speak on the reopening of schools, or do I wait until the special board meeting?
Lisa, you're muted.
Is this where I speak on the reopening of schools, or do I wait until the special board meeting?
This is non-agenda items.
Okay, so I can speak on the reopening of schools?
Okay.
Okay. My name is Jennifer Ortiz. I live at 388 West 2 Street in Allentown. I just want to say that there's absolutely no reason that these kids should have to wait until April to go back to school. By now, they should have been back months ago, at the very least, on a hybrid model. And by now, we should be talking about bringing them back full time. Now's the time. It's been almost a year since any of these kids have seen the inside of a classroom. It's a disgrace. Allentown School District has been given ridiculous amounts of money that should have been used well before now to prepare for a safe reopening. You choose to do nothing with the money, and now these kids are suffering. The CDC said months ago that kids should return to in-person learning, and that having 6 feet apart when feasible, it's not a requirement. 83% of the kids nationally are failing. I've recently had to make an emergency appointment for my child because she went from telling me daily that she wants to die to now telling me that she wants to jump out a window. She was evaluated and it was determined she's mentally drained from all the stress, and she sees no other way of expressing herself. Do any of you have any idea how heartbreaking this is as a parent and how frustrating it is to feel so powerless to help my child? I've had to resort to putting her on medication, a 504 plan, which she absolutely would need none of if it weren't for this. No one realizes the harm all of this is doing to these kids. And people want to say they're kids, they'll get over it, they'll resilient. No, they're not. They're not going to be fine, and my child will not be fine. This will stay with her for years to come. But maybe I'm expecting too much from the district to think that I live in a district where they actually care about kids. I'm honestly to the point where I'm ready to say, you know what? Give me a fine, lock me up, because I'm not going to send my daughter to school anymore. I'm not going to put her through this. Now's the time for you, the elected officials, to be held accountable for what you're doing to these kids. On Saturday, February 27th at 11 a.m., we're holding another rally with other parents, not only from Allentown, but from across the state, other counties and other districts at the PSEA Eastern Region office. Once again, I invite every single one of you to come out and hear us, hear our concerns and take us seriously. We have legitimate concerns and some very serious ones. Show up and show us that you care instead of taking us like a joke. I also would invite you to join our Facebook rally group, Rally to Open Lehigh Valley Schools on Facebook. We're not going away. We're here, we're making noise, and we're not going to give up, and we will fight this to the bitter end. You will not hear the last of me. In closing, I want to say to each and every board member and to you, Mr. Parker, you need to do better. This is a disgrace, and there's no excuse for what you're doing to these kids. I ask of you to make it right and do what's right by these kids and not just take the easy way out. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ortiz. Next person in line is Joseph Langdon. Please state your full name and address and proceed.
Hi, my name is Joseph Langdon, Union Street. I have a question for Mr. John Freund. I would like to know why 3 times now he's felt to come to the defense of a white supremacist. And we do know he's a white supremacist because he was a white supremacist rally. We know that because they were flying flags, wearing shirts, or not referring to youths murdered by Nazi Germany. So let's be very clear about which side. So I was city, Mr. John felt the need to come to the defense. And I think that's something that the voters should ask themselves, the citizens should ask us. And thank you.
Are you done, or is there a technical difficulty?
I'm finished. I yield.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Conover?
Yes.
I have reason to believe that within our own panelists, we have someone who may have a speaker playing the audio the same time as their audio is open. Could everyone please check their microphones and make sure that they are muted unless they are speaking?
Thank you, Ms. Johnson-Watts. The next person in line is Calvin Riddick. Please state your full name and address.
My name is Calvin Riddick, Jefferson Street, Allentown. By simply participating, he's guilty. There's no defense to that. He shouldn't have been there. As an educator, he should have known better. What he did was treason. There's no excuse for that. They try to overthrow our government. He shouldn't be teaching our children. I was born and raised here in this city. I went through the school district. It's not the best, but I can't blame the board for that. But what I can do is hold you responsible for the people that you hire. I yield. He should be arrested. He should be charged with felony, treason charge. If it was Black people there at the Capitol who they didn't shoot and kill, they would try for treason and then execute him. He is no better than us. I yield my time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Riddick. Next on the list is Anthony Downing. Please state your full name and address and proceed.
Hi, my name is Anthony Downing, 626 West Leon Street. And first, I want to say that and I'm hoping that you won't unmute yourself and stop sabotaging speakers, Mr. Freund, because that's what you're doing when you unmute yourself and nobody can hear you, anybody speak. So please stop sabotaging speakers while we're on this. And second, stop interrupting people. We are the public. We're allowed to speak. You didn't interrupt any of the supporters of Jason Moorhead. So don't interrupt any of us. I'm here to talk about Jason Moorhead. And I also want to, and I'm glad Mr. Freund spoke, because he spoke about facts, right? And we do have some facts. The facts that we have is that at this white supremacist rally that he attended, there was a gallows with a noose. There were people wearing shirts that were talking about a civil war. And also, Mr. Maxwell was actually referencing Nazi Germany. There were people there wearing shirts that said 6 million isn't enough. So if we have any concerns about facts, I think we have plenty of them. We've been able to make up our mind a long time ago. So thanks for bringing up facts, Mr. Freund. We appreciate that, because we have all the facts we need. Jason Moorhead is in no way capable of teaching children in this school district with the beliefs and the things and with the beliefs that he has and the things that he has done. There is absolutely no reason that this school board should even be considering bringing this person back to teach children in this school. And all I gotta say is, and I will yield, is that the next time that Mr. Freund interrupts somebody, maybe the next time we're going to have to worry about where his seat comes from and how to make sure that he isn't able to sabotage speakers anymore, because this is one of the most disrespectful meetings I have ever seen from a school board official, council member, or council, legal or not. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next person on our list, I have a question though, and I can't go any further until I ask this question. We had somebody that spoke before by the last name of Bourbon. Is that true? I'm seeing that name under panelist. Is he part of our district, or was he part of the
Lisa,
public?
yes. No, he's
Okay.
part of our administrative team. I think it just happened. I see that on my screen as well. I think it just happens to be highlighting. So
Thank you very much.
I'm not
So
sure why, but
doesn't matter. We'll figure it out. So we're going to go to the next one. Thank you, Nancy. The next attendee that would like to speak is Patricia McNamara.
Okay.
And I do know that Patricia McNamara went before, but is this someone else in the same household or using
Yes.
the same computer?
Yes, my
Okay.
husband.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms.
Yeah, hi,
McNamara.
this is John McNamara. I'll be honest, I don't have all the information about this, but I just want to approach this through a couple questions. So could you just confirm something for me, and something I think Jason Jenkins said? So this teacher, Mr. Moorhead's been teaching with the district for 17 years. Is that true, or is that correct?
Yeah, I don't think they answered.
So if you can't answer, and that seems to be the fact, I guess that's a fact. So let me get this straight. For 17 years, he's been teaching with the district. He hasn't had a single complaint about this kind of issue. And somehow 34 days ago, it's just suddenly revealed that he's a lifelong, I don't know, what do you say, racist or white supremacist? It just seems a little inconsistent, I think, just to general thinking. If this is true, why wouldn't this have shown itself before? Why wouldn't people have called him out on this before? This just seems a little unusual, I'd say. And I just want to also comment, I think it's wrong to kind of paint him with a broad brush and lump him in. I don't know him that well. I don't pretend to know him. I can't know what's in his heart till the facts come out. And I think it's kind of wrong to sort of just immediately, apparently he's been charged with no crime. And I'm not sure where the push is to kind of try him in the public court and terminate his career when there doesn't seem to be any historical evidence that he was espousing these views for years. You would have think this was something that extreme. This would have come up years ago. People would have been, hey, you know, that had questions about this. Apparently, only 34 days ago, we all just kind of decided this person. That just seems a little, I don't know. I have some questions about that. That's a little extreme. I have some questions about that. So that's it. I yield.
Thank you very much. Our next, that was Mr. McNamara. Our next person would be Rebecca Serba. I think we heard from Serba before. Is there another person from the Serba household that will be speaking?
No, if I'm not allowed to speak again, that's all right. Again, not familiar with the rules.
Mr. Fawn, can you familiarize us?
It's up to the chair to allow that, Ms. Conover. It's your discretion.
I will definitely allow you to speak.
I appreciate that. I would like to make a quick comment on something an earlier gentleman that spoke earlier brought up. Do I think Mr. Moorhead has a right to his beliefs? Unfortunately, he does. However, this is not Nazi Germany. And while World War II was going on, there were people experiencing real slavery here in the South. So we need to separate the two between a Nazi and a white supremacist because they're two separate things. Also, unfortunately, when the KKK went out of style, they had already influenced the police department, the local city, state, and federal government, the school system, and many other facets with life. I hate to say it, but all they did was take their hoods off.
So Ms. Serba.
I do not condemn.
Ms. Serba,
I'm sorry.
You said you do not condone, but I want to stop you right there if I may. And I really don't like to be rude.
No, I don't
what
take
I
it
would,
that way.
but what I would like to just be clear is that you are to address the board, not persons who have spoke before. And I'm not really trying to make you feel bad, but let's just keep it that way. Because if we don't, it's going to be a back and forth between the public, and we really want to hear, but we also want to get through. Is that okay?
Absolutely, and I appreciate.
Thank you very much.
Bearing with me while I learn.
No problem, not a problem. We're all in this together. So at this time, if I may, I'm going to go to the next person. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. The next person on our list is Heather Harlan.
Hi, thank you very much for offering the public time to speak, and thank you, Mrs. Conover, for making sure everyone can claim their time. I am proud to have been a teacher in the school district since 2003, and what I want to say tonight is that I hope with everything that's going on, this will finally push the district to take a comprehensive look at anti-racism and anti-bias training in our school district. We need it, and our students deserve it. White supremacy hurts all of us. We need to learn more. We need to do better. We need to unlearn. And it's all of us. And I really hope that one of the things that comes out of this is some healing and the opportunity for the district to grow and lead the area in anti-racism, anti-bias training. East Penn is taking huge steps, and we have plenty of amazing, talented people in our Allentown community, many of whom have spoken tonight on this call, who have time and talent and treasure to offer to make this happen in our school district. So I hope that one of the things that comes out is a commitment to anti-racism and anti-bias training in our district, so we can all be better. We can all unlearn and relearn. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Harlan. The next person on our list is Angelina Bush. Please state your full name and address and address the board, please. Thank you.
Hi, yes, my name is Angelina Arroyo. I live at Greenleaf Street, Allentown, PA, 18104. I am a mother of 3 colored children. I also care for about 35 to 40 ASD school students in my care every day. They do virtual learning. I feel that Mr. Jason was at that rally for negative reasons. There was nothing positive for him to be at that rally. There was nothing that came out of that rally that was positive. Everyone that was there for a negative reason. Whether you want to put that to white supremacy, whether you want to put that towards taking over the White House, however you want to put that. He was there for negative reasons. And going forward, he's in a classroom with a majority of colored children. So in my studies, I found that, you know, for a white person to be not a white supremacist, they have to go through teachings, lessons. They have to be untaught what they were taught. This is a generational thing. This didn't start with Jason. This started with his parents and his grandparents and his mindset and what he was taught. So in my belief, probably 95% of Allentown School District teachers are white supremacists, and our children sit under these white supremacists daily. I see it. Those teachers on the other side of those virtual learnings, they don't care for our children. Our children are broken down daily. Do you understand that? That all those ECE teachers that went to school because their passion was to care for our kids, stop right there. They do not create nurturing environments. They don't love our children. They're not worried about our children. Do you know that I've gone into Central Elementary School and I've heard a white teacher talk about a colored student, about how he smells in front of all the other teachers, yelled across the hallway while her door was open. Do you know the impact that had on that student? Now, that was one incident, me walking down the hallway, and I saw that. The reason that those teachers should be there should be to care, love, nurture, teach, and educate. The reason why Jason was there was a negative reason. And that should speak for itself. As a parent, as a future educator, this is redundant. This is ridiculous. And this should be put to an end. This should be investigated further. There should be investigations on other teachers, obviously, after hearing other people speak, if Jason was not alone. This is bigger than us. This is for our students, for our kids, for our loved ones. We need to fight for them. And if we don't fight for them, nobody else will. Thank you, and I'm done.
Thank you very much. We will proceed to Mr. Patrick Palmer. Please state your full name and address and proceed.
Patrick Palmer, 617 Allen Street, Allentown. I'd just like to say, first off, thanks, Lisa, for allowing everyone to speak. And I can recall a few times when I was in school, and I would say that a teacher was being racist, and nothing was done about it. I remember one time I got in-school suspension because I finally said something back to the teacher. And I still had to go back to that class. And then I had to sit there in that class knowing that she got away with that and can continue to do whatever she wants. Now, I remember that feeling, and I wonder how many students in his class may have had the same feeling. I wonder how many times there may have been complaints, but they were pushed under the rug, or how many times students just kind of let that go. I've worked with many students, and I can honestly tell you that it's very easy to shape their mind, their perception, to make them think they're the one who's in the wrong, even though they didn't do anything wrong. All they did was stand up for themselves. And then to hear or to see that he posted a picture saying, "Don't worry, the Capitol is insured," to me is the same as going to Philadelphia after the bombings and saying, "Don't worry, there's more Black people on the other side of the block." It's just not okay. I don't care what kind of record he may have had, because we don't know what's happening behind the scenes. How many times have cops been caught just being undercover KKK members, but their record is impeccable? All he did was slip up. We don't know what else he may have been doing. And I don't know what kind of investigation is going on, but we need to make sure that what happens doesn't happen again. If you need to make him some kind of example, then that's fine. But I can tell you right now, to have a student go back into his classroom and to sit there and to know that he was at a rally where there were nooses present, where there were racists present, where there were KKK members present, and to sit there and know that it doesn't matter at the end of the day, because according to what's happening here, white is still right. And no matter what, when you're black, you don't get listened to. And you have to sit there and take a history lesson when they barely teach black history in the first place. And now you have to sit here and take a history lesson from a man who's going to be on the wrong side of history, was standing next to a supremacist, was there taking pictures, making fun of the situation, knowing that there were racists there. I'm just not okay with that, because it reminds me of the things that I had to go through in school. And I don't want another student to have to go through things like that. Thank you. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Patrick Palmer. Next on the list is Wilberto Sicard. Please state your full name and address and proceed.
Hey everyone, my name is Wilberto Sicard. I actually live in Bethlehem, but my mother lives on South 16th Street. I was born and raised in Allentown, educated in the school system from K through 12. I'm a 2016 graduate of William Allen High School. I'm a 2020 summa cum laude graduate of Lehigh University, and I'll be attending Yale Law School next fall. I say all of these things not to toot my own horn, but to really give credit to the teachers and the coaches in the Allentown School District who made my future possible. Without them, I wouldn't be where I am today. What they decided to do both as educators and when they weren't in the classroom or on the field with me were things like, and I'll name a few instances here, but there are so many I can't get them through them all. George Clay, who recently left as the football coach, but Coach Clay would pick me up from my home every day and drive me to school. So I wouldn't have to walk over 45 minutes to get to the high school. Mr. Craig Smith, the guidance counselor at Allen High School, would sit with me and go through every single college application for several hours a day after school hours when he didn't have to be there. All of the countless teachers who wrote me recommendation letters for every single college application. Those were things that they didn't have to do and they didn't do when they were clocked in. And it ensured my success as a student, as a person. And so in the absence of facts, I won't tell the board what they should and shouldn't do. That's up to you to decide, and the investigation will reveal what it does. But what I do urge you to do is to think about how the actions of our educators impact our students. Our goal is to really ensure that everyone can achieve and be successful, and all of our students, every single one of them in the school district can do that. I wouldn't be where I am without the teachers, like I said. I'm also currently an educator at Allen. So I believe in the success of our students very strongly. And I think that Jason Moorhead's actions, both as an educator and outside of that, should be considered because it has an impact on his students, whether that is to help them succeed or not. And so I think that's really important for you all to consider. Thank you so much. And thank you for letting the public speak their mind and let them represent their views.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sicard. At this time, I'll ask that Gail Sparrowbaum state your full name and address and proceed to address the board. Thank you.
Gail Sparrowbaum, 646 East Juniata Street in Allentown. My issue has to do with the LCTI students. My granddaughter is a full-time LCTI student. Since September, I've been trying to get her to be able to go to LCTI. She never sets foot in an Allentown building. Allentown School District is the only school district that feeds the VOTEC school that is not allowing their LCTI students to go to school. And that's a hands-on situation. Early September, or when sports started, and Cheryl Johnson Watts's social media, I said, you know, why isn't consideration given to LCTI, but they can play sports, and was on the website was told that, you know, there's only 350 and there's 10,000 people and they have, you know, physicals and notes from doctors. Well, that's protocol. That hasn't been new since COVID existed. And, you know, these poor kids for VOTAC are not given their opportunity for their hands-on experience. We spoke to Mrs. Marconis at Darrell High School, who relayed the information to Mr. McCool and was told that Allentown School District is concerned with the safety and welfare of their students, and that's why she can't go to LCTI. Well, they're not in the school district buildings ever. We offered to transport her there ourselves, and we're still denied. Then she said, this was Cheryl Johnson Watts, said, you know, PM me, gave me the information, and someone will contact. Well, that was October. Here it is, mid-February. I've heard nothing. My daughter, Ariana's mom, and Ariana both sent a letter requesting the importance of LCTI, sent it through Mrs. Marconis to forward to Mr. McCool. We're still waiting for a result there. I finally went on Let's Talk, which was recommended earlier in this meeting, that we will get back to you right away. Well, yeah, they got back to me in a day. And the assistant principal at Deer Off, Mrs. Matronio, called me. I told her my problem. She said, let me get in touch with the school board, the school district. You know, it's out of my hands, which I understood. I waited 3 weeks and heard nothing. I spoke to her yesterday saying I'm still waiting, and she said she's still waiting for the district. So A, Let's Talk doesn't work. B, I'm still waiting. And C, my 11th grade granddaughter is failing because she can't deal with the virtual. And how can you learn how to clean teeth and make teeth impressions online? You need that hands-on experience of VOTEC. And Allentown is the only people not sending theirs. You have budget funding for busing. You're not giving parents the opportunity to choose to go to LCTI. And she's a full-time LCTI student. I want to know what consideration was given to those LCTI students. First and foremost, the full-timers, because they don't affect the school district too much. And then, you know, the part-time kids. But I'd like an answer soon. I've been waiting since October.
Thank you very much. Are you done? I just don't want to start talking and you're not done.
I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So before I move on to the next person, I have an ask to the public. For all those persons who have multiple persons speaking from their household, you know, where your name is actually popping up again, we do want to hear from you. But I ask if you would, let's get through the people who have not, the households, we should say, that have not spoken. And then we're going to move on to our education portion of our committee of the whole. And then we're going to open up again for non-agenda items. And then we can pick up from that point. Is that something, I'm asking that we be able to do that. So if you have your hand up and you have spoken, or someone from your house has spoken, put your hand down. And then I'm going to go through as much as I can. And then at some point, I'm going to take a pause. We're going to go on to the next thing. And then we're going to open up again. Okay? Fair enough. Somebody say yes from even like somewhere so that I can know that somebody heard me.
Yes, Lisa.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lisa.
Okay. So at this, I'm going to take 3 more. That's fair. And then we're going to stop at Sonia Fullerton. And then we're going to go on to our next item on our agenda, and then we'll open up again. Okay? Thank you. So at this time, I'll ask for Amy Hertzeg to state your full name and address and proceed.
Hi, I'm using my mom's laptop. My name is Kendall Hertzeg. I live at 539 Mohawk Street in Allentown, PA. So I'd like to say thank you for finally trying to let us go back to school. Thank you for finally. It feels like it's been forever, and you people are finally showing that you actually care about us and trying to get us back in. Whitehall just switched to 4 days in. Northampton, 4 days in. I have a friend that goes to Penn Ridge School District, just went from 2 days hybrid to 5 days in a week. you guys need to push harder. Haven't been in a classroom since March of last year, and it sucks. And it's for so long I've felt that you guys just don't care about us, and the fact that you're finally trying really shows a lot. So I've started going to track, and if not for track, I would have no friends at Deer. I'm a freshman at Deer High School. I've lived in Allentown my whole life, but I just started going to Deer for public school. I haven't been in public school in a while. And if not for track, I would have no friends. If not for track, I would not have gone into my school. I started in the beginning of the year. I was supposed to go to LCTI, and I dropped it the second day of school because I can't go. What's the point? I can't get that in-purpose learning. Like it sucks, and my heart breaks for that girl that's been waiting for so long to go. Luckily, my guidance counselor was able to get me out of there and give me a full schedule at Zero. I wasn't gonna wait. There's no point. And I've cried so much over this, and I can't express enough how much it sucks being at home. It sucks. It's awful. You have parents that are not teachers. They did not, if they wanted to teach their kids, they would have homeschooled them. They want their kids in school. My mom wants me in school, and I want to be in school.
You want to know who your classmates are?
I can't see my classmates. I can't talk to them. I don't know what any of them look like. Please send me to school. I know so many kids that won't speak at these meetings. Have you noticed that it's mostly adults? You have no kids speaking up because they feel there is no point. They feel unheard. They feel ignored. You guys listen to your students. This is a school board meeting. Please take time to listen and care about your students. Just because they don't say it doesn't mean they don't feel it. We need to go back to school. And you might think April is fine. No, we need to go back sooner. If not for track again, I would never have gone inside my school. I would never have met anybody. Thank you. I'm finished.
Thank you very much. At this time, I will have, I have to be real clear, guys. There's a student that wants to speak, and I can't say that I'm not going to allow that. Call me biased. I don't think it's biased, but I know we've heard a lot of adults speak. So I am going to go to, is it Haas Simpson? Come forth, say your name and address. I just don't want, again, our babies to be discouraged. I do know that there are children on here that want to speak, and I don't want to bypass them. So state your name and your address, please.
Hello. Hello, my name is Amarella Switt, and
You can speak a little louder.
hello, my name is Amarellis, and I live on 11th Street of Allentown. And I go to Rob and I attend Mr. Moorhead's classroom. And me personally, I think he should be fired because me knowing he was in a protest of violence and everything, I wouldn't feel comfortable being in a classroom with him. And I know students also who don't feel comfortable with him. We have spoken of this, and we personally don't think he should be teaching at Rob anymore. And he lied to all of us and told us that his mother was in need of his help in DC. That's
it. Thank you very much. I am going to, I think there was a name that I had, what was that name prior to? I don't see the name here anymore. Can I have Millie Canales? And this will be the last one. Please state your name and address.
Okay, here we go. Hi, my name is Milagros Canales, and I live at 532 North Law Street, Allentown, PA, and I am a parent of 5 kids that's coming through the district. And I want to say that they all came, except one, all came through Robb Middle School. So the history of Robb Middle School is the principal, because somebody said earlier that why there was never no evidence of any misappropriation or misconduct with this particular principal teacher, and it's because the principal, you couldn't get past the principal. I'm glad she's gone. And my kids don't go there. Wait, Rocco's still there, I think. I think Rocco, this is last year. What am I saying? See, this is how I'm so happy. I like that we having this conversation. I had the conversation with my kids, and I have to say that the concern is not that he attended and did his First Amendment. He did his First Amendment. I think that the problem is that A, he lied to the students and told them he was doing something else. B, how can we trust that when he goes back in the classroom, he is not going to diverse into some of the things that happen over there at that rally. And we know that we cannot help it, but we have unconscious biases that do come out and react when there is a situation. So how do we know that if the class starts acting up, he doesn't start showing his unconscious bias? Because he wasn't there for a field trip. He posted what he posted. He stipulated his belief, and those are his beliefs, and he can have them. But you work in a district where there is minorities who depend on you teaching the curriculum, right? But, teachers have a way of being creative. And how do we know that he's going to not unleash that creativity with the flags and the posters that he created on that day? I don't want my son in that class. I don't think that it's right that we have a teacher who attended and then come back and say, oh my God, I didn't realize that anybody was going to see my picture on my social media and make such a big deal about it. Well, yeah, dude, yes. If you walk around with a hood underneath your educated hat and say, I'm a teacher first, that's not it. We need to hold him accountable for what he did. If we tell the kids that if they are with somebody who committed a crime, they're just as complicit. Well, he was with a group of adults who committed a crime. So why is that he do not get the consequences of that action? If by law definition, he's an accomplice to what happened over there. And we tell the kids that if somebody go and do something bad and you was part of that group and you still there and you stood there, then you're guilty as well.
Thank you very, very much, Ms. Canales. And at this time, I know there's many others. Like I said again, I'm not going to be moderating in the next segment, but however, we will pick this up again when we open up for non-agenda items. Next, is there any old business that needs to be brought forth by anyone? Hearing and seeing none. Is there any new business? Well, I do have some new business. I wanted to bring to the board's attention. So if you guys could bear with me. It has been brought to my attention as one of, as a board member, as a result of a decision that was made by this board on or about, I guess, November, October. I've been trying to find out what the date is that our district's students, athletes are not permitted to compete or participate in any athletics outside of the Lehigh County, period. I have searched meeting minutes and board documents and have not been able to find such decision in which this board specifically said by way of a vote. So I would like to be very clear that it was never my intention as a voting person within the body to prevent our student athletes from participating in any sports in any division. I thought I was always clear, that my comments and decisions were made in the best interest of our children as it relates to opportunities and safety. So there's a problem, and that I think that we need to, I'm asking the board to revisit this, and we need to make a decision tonight. Because it's been brought to my understanding now that there are athletic departments like the wrestling team that were not given the opportunity to actually compete because they couldn't go outside the district. So I'm asking the board to revisit this, because when I made my decision, if I made the decision, first of all, I'm going to say to my board members, does anybody remember this? Feel free to speak.
Lisa, I do remember this, but I do not remember us getting the full story of the fact that, these winter sports don't have, like, for instance, track.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing in county indoor track. There's nowhere for indoor track to compete. We didn't know that. So they'd have to go out of county for them to compete, especially our seniors. The wrestling also, those things needed to go outside of the county, and we were not given that information. Had we been given that information totally of what all the winter sports encapsulate, we would have made a better decision and made, a amendment to it or something like that for those who have to compete outside the county, and to make sure that we have all of our safety protocol. We would have ours submitted, and the place where they were going to, the indoor track or whatever, where they had to go, we would know their safety protocol. We weren't given that. I remember that completely. We were not given that one. So that's why we said in county, because we just thought in county, not knowing that, these certain sports cannot compete in county because it's indoor track, and no people who has indoor track.
Well, when this was brought to my attention, by the way, full transparency, this was brought to my attention over the weekend, and I do have kids that's in track, but I'm not just talking about track. I'm talking about basketball. I saw that on the news one morning, where we saw our students actually on the news competing against another school, and I was like, wow, ASD is on the map. It looks like they're going to be in a position where they can compete. But if we don't lift this, if I feel like they're working for nothing. And again, like I said, when I made my decision, I don't think we voted on it, but I'm just talking about how I feel. Safety is first. Safety is first. Nobody said to us that these different governing athletic bodies had safety plans in place, and it was up to us as a district to determine where they could play or where they couldn't play. Like for instance, our track team has an opportunity to go to a meet this weekend with the Pennsylvania Track and Field Coaches Indoor Association. That's equivalent to a regional meet. We have our application in, but we're not sure if we can go. And I don't think that the children should be stifled or put in a position where they can't go when there's a viable safety plan in place. Number one, I'm going to use it as an example. I had to pull stuff together just so that our board can actually get the gist of what I'm saying. I'm going to give you an example. Let me just see. Normally, there would be 3 athletes per event. Now, with their safety plan, is 1 athlete per team per event. There won't be any spectators there. There'll be separate boys and separate girl sessions, which is a significant, as far as numbers is concerned, and people being around. That's a low rate. And then they're going to be in separate. There's going to be tracks between them. So they're gonna be wearing masks, you know, there'll be open lanes. It's gonna be only other lanes. That's what I'm trying to say. So, you know, I'm taken back. I don't have a problem voting, but I need to know what I'm voting for. I did meet with leaders in our district, and it was said to me that this is what this board did, but from then to now, I have not been able to put my hand on it. And even in the event if we did vote that way, this is something that needs to be revisited and it needs to be addressed, because it was never my goal to stop our children from being able to participate or to not give them the opportunities that they're working for. I said from day one, let the kids play. And that's how I still feel. Ms. Cheryl Johnson Watts, I see your hand up.
Yes, I am trying to understand when this happened. I'm hoping that there is a document that has the actual motion stated, because I'm not sure when it was clearly stated that we were telling our students that they could not go outside of the county. I don't recall anything related to location.
Mr. Parker?
Yes. I don't know if I necessarily understand the ask.
My question is, there seems to be the impression that we told our students that they are not permitted to go outside of Lehigh County when they are in an athletic event. And I don't recall anything stating that. But people seem to think that there is. So I'm trying to find out when and what, and can we produce the document? And we can always trail back to the actual YouTube if someone has the time to scan all of the YouTube meetings, but I don't recall us saying it. And charge it to my, I don't know. I don't understand when it came up that we were not allowing our children to compete beyond Lehigh County.
So in the, and pardon me, I don't have those documents in hand, but in the, in our health and safety plan, as well as in the conference plan that we when we approved to play winter sports, what the agreement was is that we would compete in county, and we set the schedules for all of our students in the district and all of our athletic events to be in county competition only. So from a consistency standpoint across the board, every sports team competes in county. There are no competitions out of county to limit the travel between counties.
So the board, if I may, Ms. Johnson, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm still confused, because if a team goes to a championship, are they competing within county? Is that what happens?
So
have the championship range been limited to the county level? Is that what's going on?
So there are no championship ranges to be limited. That would be a discussion once we made it to championship level. But for the regular season for all sports, our children compete in county.
I'm at a loss for understanding. This is beyond my capabilities. So you're gonna have to excuse me. Maybe somebody can help me through this, but I don't understand how. And if someone can produce the document that clarified the in-county aspect of it, or give me the date and the board meeting, that would be so helpful.
Okay.
Well, it's my understanding that it's something that needs to be changed. Again, because I'm gonna go back to this. I can't imagine our kids having the opportunity to go into a space that's safe course, I would not want them to go into a burning building, but a space that's safe and compete. I can't see myself agreeing to that. I don't know. So if it was a plan that was actually safety plan that was made by the district, or is it safe to say that the board had nothing to do with that plan?
It was the plan that was approved that our athletic directors and our athletic committee put together as the plan for how we were going to play winter sports. So when we kind of had the conversation about winter sports, inside of that conversation was the fact that our children would be competing in county. We even talked about the attendance at games and et cetera, et cetera. So there was a lot of information in that process, but absolutely part of that was competition in county. And that's what was communicated through our athletic department to our coaches, to our students, and et cetera, back in, I think, November, when that decision was made. Ultimately, the board has the ability to do whatever the board wants to do, but that's the way that it's been implemented, processed, and communicated efficiently through the system.
So I have some communications. This is my understanding, Mr. Parker. And again, this is not, I feel like I thought differently before, but I feel like the athletic department and the coaches were really on board. They were really communicating with each other, but I feel like they weren't really clear. Back in October, which is just a few months ago, the communication was that the district was currently gathering information to decide how winter sports would actually operate. And so they were waiting to see what they could do. They never said that it doesn't appear that it was their understanding that the district would not be able to compete. So I guess I'm having a problem with understanding how that plan was put together, and it was written in that, oh, just gonna stay in county. I don't understand it. It's just not making sense to me either. And I'm not like an athlete. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to piece it all together. So with that being said, again, I cannot, and I see your hand, Nancy, I see your hand, Sarah. I cannot stress enough that it is not our goal to hold our kids back. If there's a safety plan in place and the kids can excel as a result of it, whether they win or lose, but if their name is on the roster to show up, I think our kids should show up and they should play. I think that this board should do whatever this board has to do to ensure that they're able to participate. Were you going to say something, Mr. Parker, before I go to Nancy?
So the only thing I'll say is, again, board has the capacity to make the decisions that it needs to make at the board level. I don't have any issue with that. But if there is the insinuation that there has been information that has been precluded from sharing with the board, or that the information of the processes that have been implemented have been different from what was communicated, then I would definitely take an issue with that. Because again, what we've communicated from the beginning, based on the recommendations from our athletic departments, was that we would be implementing a, can you see my screen?
Yes.
So again, document that was shared with the board and with the athletic committee specifically. All ASD winter schedule opponents will consist of Lehigh County schools only during the regular season. It is recommended that the ASD teams may participate out of county schools during the postseason, or where the numbers are at the time and point. So again, we communicated with the athletic department. We could revisit it for the postseason, but during the regular season, it was participate in county only. Again, if the board has the desire to change, then I have no issue with that. My only issue is whether or not it was communicated effectively, efficiently, and we articulated exactly what we were planning to do. And I would argue that that is exactly what we've done. So if you want to make a pivot, make a pivot, but it's not an issue of the information not being there and complete.
Yeah, Lisa, I see that on November 11th at 2:20 p.m. that Thomas did send over those documents that he did show.
He sent them over by email, or was it something that the board voted on, Nick?
That's email, but I mean that's those documents are.
So I hear what you're saying. So my question, here's the thing. Here's where I'm at. This is where in the communication it was that the board voted on something. So if the board didn't vote on that, why would the board have to make a motion or have to vote on undoing that? Couldn't something like that, because this is not my first time sitting down with Mr. Park, and I'm not trying to point fingers. I'm trying to come to a resolve. I'm fighting for our kids and fighting so that they'll be afforded those opportunities. So if it's something that the board didn't say, okay, I vote on this, I want this done, then how come it's not something that the board could say, that you guys can look at it and say, you know what, maybe we need to change this because we do have kids that are looking to compete, or the safety plans are in place and it does make sense. Why is it hard? That's what I'm saying.
Is that a question for me, or is that for?
That's a question for anybody. You or Nick. I mean, I'm just saying and I was going to say to you before Nick said, this is not necessarily a finger pointing at a people. This is pretty much, okay, this is the problem. I don't remember voting on that. Now, how can we fix it so that our kids can continue to move forward? So nobody's angry but the devil here. We're good. You understand? I just want to know how can we fix it? This is something I found. I started off saying, I had to write it down to make sure I said it right. I said, it has been brought to my attention. So even if this is something that you provided to me via email, or maybe you said it to me, or maybe it came before the board. I looked all over the place. It was nowhere in any meeting minutes. But if it's something that came, now is the time for that. We need to revisit it and change it, because we have students that are going to be put in positions where they can actually compete and participate in safe environments. I'm done. Should I go to Sarah? Mr. Parker?
Yes.
Okay,
Sarah?
All right, I just have a question. Is this, are we, so that what I was under the impression was that the EPC had divided their divisions by county. So are we talking about now, what are you talking about? What games are they trying to play outside of counties? Are these EPC games or just games that they want to schedule to continue to play sports for the sake of playing? That's all I'm not, I don't care which way. I'm just trying to get clarification. Are these EPC, did EPC go against the county divisions that they originally were supposed to be creating? Or is this for the kids to continue their season in the postseason?
You asking me or Mr. Parker?
I'm asking you because clearly somebody contacted you with this with an issue. So I'm just trying to figure out if this is postseason games, because I thought winter sports were like coming to an end at this point.
Well, obviously we have a track team that's going with the permission of the district, is going to a meet this Saturday, which is equivalent to a regional meet. So my ask is that we release all of our children to play now, at the end of winter sports, and in post. It was not my goal, or I would assume the board's goal, to restrict them in any way unless it was a non-safe environment.
So this is outside of the EPC that they're going to?
Is it outside of the EPC, the East Penn Conference?
So I can probably clarify a little bit. Okay. So the recommendation that ultimately our athletic directors kind of put together and brought to me was based on the EPC's division. They took all of the sports and divided them up so that the kids could compete via county. So they have multiple, and I've actually just pulled the document up, so I can probably pull it up and share it. They have the kids broken up by sports, by county, and certain teams, certain schools in county compete. Like I'll take basketball as a good example. We traditionally have a pretty good rivalry with Liberty and Freedom. Don't tell Dr. Ward, but we beat them pretty good every year. But this year we're not allowed to play them. We just play the teams that are in county. So I think what Ms. Conover is kind of advocating for is for track, there's a meet that is out of county, which means our kids would not be able to participate in that meet. And I think the advocacy is for allowing those babies as well as any other babies to compete out of county.
Right, I get that, but is this part of the conference play or tournaments, whatever? I'm not a track person. Okay, so sorry about that. I'm not a track person. So is this for them to potentially go on to states? Will this count that's what I'm trying to clarify. I don't understand what the ask is here. If it doesn't have anything to do with the EPC, is it just for them to continue to be able to play sports?
It's for all of it, Sarah. So let's just say, if the opportunity arises, whether it's part of the East Penn Conference or not, we do not want to restrict our children. We want them to be able to go on as long as the environment is safe. Now, this weekend, and Mr. Parker said something to, can you hear me? I see my mouth moving, but I can't hear myself. So Mr. Parker's said something for this weekend, for it to start, because remember, we had wrestling, we had other students that probably were not allowed to do certain things, but they should have been allowed to do certain things, because we didn't know about this. I didn't know about this. So the ask is for not just the track, but we have basketball, that's coming up. Football may have been affected also, but we do not want I can't say it any plainer. We do not want our students to be restricted as long as the safety plans that are in place outside of Lehigh County make sense. We don't want them to be restricted. And
I'm just confused. I mean, I have been from the beginning, no sports. So I'm just being upfront about that. I'm not saying if our kids aren't in school, they shouldn't be traveling anywhere. So I'm not going to support that. And I think I've been pretty clear about that. I'm just trying to figure out why, if the EPC divided these schools up by counties to keep the kids within their counties and safe, why we're now going outside of counties if the EPC has already divided us by counties. I guess I'm still confused on that, but that's okay.
That's okay. So let me provide this type of clarity. I'm glad you clarified that you were against sports, period. And you're clear that I was not.
I'm not against sports. In COVID, I am against the playing.
Oh yeah, okay. We're talking about COVID. That's clarity. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about COVID. So you're against sports in COVID. I was never against sports. I said let them play. I don't know if anybody remembers that. I said let them play. There was also a student that spoke that talked about, that student was my child, I believe, that talked about other students that needed to be afforded the opportunities to play because they're going away to college, they work so hard, so on and so forth. So my thing is, I did not know that there were still restrictions that would have kept them from being in a place where they were being recognized or they're able to compete. And to answer your question, as it relates to the track, yes, it does qualify. Them playing in them actually going to this meet does qualify them for states as part of postseason. And I also heard, like you said, Sarah, you said that, someone told me. I happen to, when you become a sports mom, you have like 1,000 kids amongst you. So I'm proud of the fact that the kids brought this to my attention. And this person who's not a sports person dug real deep to try to figure it out. I might not know all about it, but one thing I'm not confused about is that I would love for this to be lifted if it takes the board to have to be, the board has the power to lift it and allow them to play. So with that being said, I would like to make a motion to have this lifted and to allow our students to be able to play outside of Lehigh County. And I would like for it to begin now.
Lisa, I second your motion.
Is there any opposes?
I am.
So, Mr. Front, do we go around and take a vote? Where is he? Can't hear him.
Wait. Well, it's a little unorthodox, but five votes, no matter how you get them, rules the day.
But I had a question. I didn't have enough time to raise my hand.
Okay, go ahead, Linda.
I was just going to say we need to open after the motion. We need to open it up to discussion, Lisa.
Okay, so we made the motion. Let's open it up for the discussion. Is there any discussion to be made?
Yeah. Okay,
Go ahead,
so
Linda.
just to be clear, we did talk about this before. I can say that personally, I made the decision. I was with Sarah, with Sarah. At the time, we didn't know enough of what was happening with COVID. The numbers were high, so on and so forth. I know that it's hard for people to understand that it's really difficult to sit in this seat as one of 9 and make this decision for overall. But when you're given the information that we were given by the officials from the hospital, I can't remember if it was St. Luke's or Lehigh Valley Hospital. You know, it was a scary decision to make, not understanding everything that was happening with COVID at the time and the numbers being so high. With that being said, I will vote for this if you're including strict COVID restrictions. They must follow mask wearing. What is that going to look like for transportation? So on and so forth.
Well, Linda, I had a chance. If you're done, can I respond?
Yes, please.
All right. So specifically, I did look at plans. Before that, I didn't look at plans. You know, it was just our district plan, and we had our ADs and our coaches and all those persons, and you know, they were us in our absence. Okay. So for the track, like I told you, they are taking those are like wonderful precautions, if you ask me. When the doctor spoke that night, because I think I questioned the doctor as well, my concern was not so much with athletics, and I don't want the public to get mixed up. My concern was with the return of children coming back into the school buildings that are over 100 years old, that had ventilation problems before COVID, and then we were trying to put them back in the buildings without the resources that we needed to keep them safe. I was refusing to send our children into a burning building, okay? When it came down to making the decision on the students, in terms of the students playing athletic, it was clear that there was numbers, like we only have 160 some kids here and we're outside. I was looking at that. I didn't want 900, when they were outside, I didn't want 9,000, and I'm being facetious, right? I didn't want 900 people who were refusing to wear masks to show up in our field just to show us that they could infect us. That's how I felt. So for that reason, I said, oh no, you're not coming in our house. Let's pick a number. But right now, we're at a point where there's all kinds of changes that have been made. And they're taking the precautions to make sure that our children are safe. And I believe that in the event, if our children were gonna compete somewhere and they say, okay, we're competing and no mask wearing, I believe that our AD and our coaches would say, you know what? Hey, I don't think this is a good idea. And they'll say next. But to actually lay out a blanket and say, no, they can't play because the board decided, I'm not in agreement with that. So I hope, Linda, that that kind of helps. And I'm with you. I do want them to be safe.
So I'll say this and then I'll let whoever else speak. I've said this a million times. I'm not here for my personal opinions. I'm here because I'm the voice of my community. If you ask me as a parent, I absolutely will not send my child, right? But that's my personal opinion as a parent. But if parents want to make that choice, then I can only vote to give them that option as long as we follow safety protocols.
And we're talking about sports, is that correct? Or are we talking about overall sports?
Sports.
Oh, okay. So we'll get to your vote. We'll come around for your vote for the sports, yay or nay, but I'm gonna, I think, see Mr. Thiel has his name up, and then also see Dr. Brown.
Thank you, Ms. Conover. Ms. Vega, I appreciate the comments you made. I think you brought up some really good points, and it's kind of what I wanted to echo and was thinking that the details behind this, I would, before voting on something like this, I would prefer to hear the details from the administration about how things will be executed, and that would be put me in a better position to make the best decision possible. Thank you.
Dr. Brown. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. Not Dr. Brown yet. Mr. Parker.
Yes.
Mr. Parker.
I don't necessarily have a comment.
So Charlie was asking, he would want to know what the details would look like. So I think in that document that you showed us a few minutes ago, it was like one little blurb that said that the kids couldn't participate outside of county, right?
Correct.
All right. So now, Mr. Phil, my ask is not just for the track, but I do have information on the track, and I can tell you what that's going to look like. And bear with me. They have an appointment for this Saturday, and it's up to us to decide whether or not they're going to be able to keep that appointment. And they're going to be it's with the PTFCA indoor track, right? This is equivalent to a regional meet. I said that before. And best athlete will be leading the state championship. I'm going to spell out what the safety plan looks like. And I wish, okay, I said this before, but I'm gonna say it again, and I don't mind. I'm not being facetious in that comment though. But normally, 3 athletes per team per event. It'll be 3 athletes per team per event. Now with the COVID protocols, it's 1 athlete per team per event. There will be no spectators allowed. There'll be a separate boys session and a separate girls session. They all will be wearing masks. There'll be open lanes, which means every other lane. And this is a severely limited event. So what other questions would you have, and Mr. Thiel, in terms of whether that would be a safe environment or not?
It took me a while to unmute. Sorry about that, Ms. Conover. I would like to see a presentation from the administration on how they would approach this and changing that. So, the decision from a governance perspective is one of, what the boundaries are, so to speak, but the administration is the one who has to execute it. And I would like to give them an opportunity to do some research to come back to us to say, this is how we're going to actually do it, and we're going to do it in a safe manner. And I think, that would only be appropriate because I could make a directive, or we as a body, not me alone, I'm one of 9, but we can make a directive and then they won't be able to execute it or execute it safely. And I certainly don't want to put our students in that position, nor our staff in that position. So giving them an opportunity to come back to the board and say, okay, this is how we can handle this, and this is how we're going to handle this, would make me more comfortable in making a decision to make that change.
So my question is to you is, from based on what I just said to you, makes you uncomfortable because it has not come from the district's mouth, that's okay? Because I spoke to the district prior to bringing this to the board, and the district superintendent said that it was the board's call. But now, as a board member, and I respect that, Mr. Thiel, you're saying that, you know what? Nobody's going anywhere this Saturday because it's Thursday. Let's wait until the board comes back and make a decision. Or, Mr. Thiel, are you willing to come back tomorrow morning, tomorrow night, to go through this again to see if we can make a decision prior to Saturday? Or are our kids gonna go without?
We could certainly vote on it tonight.
Well, there's a motion on the table. Is there any more discussion? Mr. Parker, do you have anything to say? I really want to hear from you if in fact you feel as though that them doing this in a safe way is I know what you said before, but I want you to say it to the board if that's how you really feel, because it's not about us. It's about our kids and their opportunities.
So again, you know, I try to stay in my lane and let the board do what the board does. But if you ask me my perspective on this, it's a bit broader than just this group this weekend. I think there's impact on this group of babies, but there's also a larger context in terms of what that means for all of the rest of the student athletes and scheduling. And I don't have a really good grasp on how we would manage the I guess the request or the desire to schedule out of county and travel to that end for the athletics. I would also, I guess, wonder what that means in terms of travel globally for whether it's other staff members or whether it's other clubs. Like, I think there's a larger context in which we make decisions that are restrictive organizationally. And I look through it through the lens of impact on the individual kids that are part of this group, but then also globally as a governance unit and as administration. If we make a rule that's across the board, how does that then impact all of the different groups that we serve? So what's the messaging, or what's the opportunity then for the basketball coaches if we lift this moratorium on in-county? And then what does that mean in terms of their scheduling and their COVID protocols? Like, that's where my mind goes in terms of consideration. Nothing is impossible. But if you ask me my opinion, I think the board, the administration, the athletic department have done a really good job. You know, bumpy at the top of the process with a lot of you know, a few cases here or there and some exposures, but I think they've done a really good job. And I shook the stick at them pretty good in terms of making sure that they had protocols in place and we weren't putting kids in harm's way. I think they've done a really good job of addressing that. I'm proud of the work that's happening in the athletic department. I would keep it where it is. But again, if the board decides to veer in a different direction, our job as leaders in the district is to make it happen. So we'll make it happen. But I can't say that my recommendation would be support, just to be really honest.
Lisa, may I say this? We were all on that call together, and I'm going to go along with whatever it means necessary for our children. As long as there are safety protocols all the way around for our children, let them compete. Because it's not a whole bunch of children. Like you said, with this particular track meet, it's only be one per, athlete. Everybody is making sure, especially in the state of Pennsylvania, that our children are safe. They are not, the conferences and the regional meets are not going to put any child in danger. We know that. We're not going to, other counties are not going to, other regions are not going to. So if we can get our, and this is what it comes down to, if we can make sure these kids are safe, all safety protocols, and we can get them out of Allentown so they could get scholarship somewhere, do it. This is what, and I know, you know, Mr. Parker, you are in administration, but this is what our community, Allentown, decided to put on the school board. Those of us who are going to listen to the community and find a ways to make sure our children are successful, be it yet career or college. That's our job. So your job, Mr. Parker, is to give us the things from administration, but we as board members are to listen to the people, are to listen to our parents, are to listen to our students, are to listen to the stakeholders of Allentown. And I am listening to them, and my what I believe in is by any means necessary. And we're going to make sure our kids have all the opportunities that they can possibly have. And we're not going to limit them as long as they are safe. And it's healthy and it's a healthy environment. So I'm going to be going along with this because it has been presented to us as safe. And those children are looking forward to it. And I'm tired of disappointing our kids. I'm sick of it.
And for the record, it's not about just track. It's about all the sports. We've already failed because had I known before, I would have pushed for it. But again, I'm not pointing, I said we have failed.
Right.
So moving forward, we can change this today. We don't have to wait and go through all of the crap. We can make a decision in terms of allowing the kids to play. And I think I was real clear. I've always said it, let them play. I wear the mask, let them play. Always said it. And the situation with us going into our school building and playing sports are two different issues. We have over 100-year-old school. We have crappy buildings, all right? And we're waiting for somebody to shoot us a lifeline so that we can have our kids go back into the buildings. And we hear our parents when they say to us, I want our kids to go back in the buildings. Kids in other school districts have buildings. I mean, they're going back to schools, but do they know the difference in the ages of the buildings? And do they know how that money's being allocated to those districts?
Correct.
So I'm going to stay focused. So does anyone else want to say anything before we proceed with the vote? Hearing none. All in favor, what are we doing? How are we doing this? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Or are we going around?
No, we would have to do it as roll call, Sarah.
That's what I thought. So are you going to do it,
Lisa.
Nancy, please? Can you do the roll call?
No, the board secretary will.
Okay.
I can do it, Ms. Conover.
Thank you.
Ms. Conover,
Yes.
Ms. Harris,
Absolutely, yes.
Ms. Johnson Watts,
Yes.
Ms. Matheson,
No.
Mr. Miller,
No.
Mr. Thiel,
No.
Ms. Vega,
Yes.
Ms. Wilt,
Yes.
Mrs. Brace.
No.
5-4, the motion passes.
Yes.
Thank you very much. We will go on to, is there any other new business? Any grass catchers? Hearing and seeing none, I will turn this over to, what are we doing, education now?
Yes.
You want to take a 2-minute break? 2 minute, literally?
I don't know. Can we do 2 minutes?
Somebody might, you know what people have to do. It's been a long time. Let them. 2 minutes, can we?
It would, if everybody can be back literally in 2 minutes, because we have 4 more meetings to get through.
Right.
And I know the agendas for the others are somewhat lengthy, and we have a presentation that will probably take us about 30 minutes in finance. So if people need to take a break, but can be back extremely expeditiously. Would appreciate it.
Can we put a 2-minute clock up? And I'm just gonna start the meeting when the clock is done.
Yep.
Yeah, can we do the 3-minute that we usually get from
public? I'll
IT?
grant
Yeah.
you that, Ms. Johnson Watts. Can you put the 3-minute clock up that we normally give the public?
Thank
And
you.
when it dings, I'm starting the meeting. Thank you, Jose. Alrighty, I'd like to call to order the Education Committee of the Whole meeting, February 11th, 2021. Mr. Parker, do you have any comments?
No, not a long comment, just a bit of a clarification in terms of the discussion item this evening. We will be bringing a recommendation for purchases for our virtual campus and eventual return to classroom. I think there has been an expectation in the universe that there was a larger announcement that was being made this evening. That is not the case, but we are making recommendation for purchases to prepare our teaching staff with the tools they need for the eventual return to classrooms.
Okay, thank you. At this time would be when we would take public comment on agenda items. So I see hands raised already. If you are not planning to speak on the college and career access for deferred action for childhood arrival, the Magellan Partners, the Allentown Public Library Data Sharing Agreement, the School Info app, the Program of Studies, or the Professional Development and Technology Package for Hybrid Instructional Model, I would just ask that you put your hand down and wait until later and we will call on you. So I see Don Boyer's hand is up. If you can unmute think, Dawn, you may have to unmute yourself. There we go.
Sorry, Sarah, that was an accident.
Oh, that's okay. If you can just state your name, address for the record, and then you have 3 minutes.
Okay, it was an accident though. It's Dawn Boyer, Coots Road, Fleetwood, PA. And I put you in my pocket for the 3-minute break. I must have put my hand up accidentally.
Okay, that's fine.
Sorry.
That's okay.
All right.
All right, then I don't have, oh, Lisa Greitzer?
My name's Lisa Greitzer, and I live at 1116 North 21st Street in Allentown. And tonight, I'd like to thank those responsible for including the Newcomer Academy in next year's program of studies. This will help to inform families and the community of our program. I would also like to tell you that I believe that students, especially English learners, should have the option to return to in-person instruction for the remainder of the school year. First off, I do not wish to take anything away from the hardworking teachers, administrators, and staff who have done amazing things to make virtual instruction work for our students. The technology initiative, the new platforms, and overall effort and goodwill have helped to make this bleak situation bearable. However, as we approach a year of virtual-only instruction, I'd like to implore those listening to support a return to school for students, families, and staff that feel comfortable to do so. I feel fortunate that I was able to maintain my position in the brick-and-mortar school building to better support my families. Doing this gave families the opportunity to speak with personnel face-to-face, and it provided them some normalcy where it lacked in other areas of society. It's a fact that the program that I'm associated with has been doing in-person ESOL testing of new ASD English learners since July. This has been done successfully for hundreds of students coming into ASD with no illnesses reported by those tested or test administrators. Recently, WIDA access testing began across Pennsylvania, and as you know, ASD has included our English learners in this testing. We have successfully tested more than 200 high school students so far. Once again, I am unaware of any illnesses associated with the testing. Some students even return to test again, even after they're finished, walking in the snow to get there. Why? Because they miss school, they miss their teachers, and they miss their friends. As I've mentioned in the past to you, the staff I work with do porch visits. Once again, this has been done safely using district and CDC guidelines. We learn so much about our students, and each week we've had heartfelt visits with them. And they show us how happy they are that they get to speak to their teachers even just for a few minutes. We also have continued doing a weekly grocery distribution, and this has been done safely. The CDC agrees that schools should open safely as soon as possible for in-person instruction. And I acknowledge that not all students, not all families, and not all staff do feel safe returning to school. But for those who do, I would implore you to provide that option, and I'm certainly willing to assist with that in any way I can. Prior to making your decision about the rest of the year, please look at the data that you've requested, but also look at the data that's offered in our day-to-day practices. Please look at the events that have been done in person throughout the district and determine what's been safe and successful. And I do thank you for your dedication to the Allentown School District. Thank you for providing me extended time.
Thank you, Lisa. I don't see any other hands raised, so we will go on to the agenda items. Dr. Brown, if you would like to start us off with number 1.
Thank you, Mrs. Brace. Tonight, for brief discussion and just a public sort of promotion, we would like to bring Attorney Daniel Cortez into our meeting. He is representing the Community Justice Partnership and will provide resources to our school counselors and staff to support DACA, Deferred Action for Childhood Arrival students, as we expand our college and career access and resources for our students. He will provide training to our staff that will help get these students positioned for careers and or college access, where there are certain pathways and processes they'll need to know how to navigate, as well as their families. And we're happy to have him on board and expand our college and career opportunity portfolio for all of our students within the Allentown city limits. So Attorney Cortez, if you could give us a brief overview of your resource that you're here to offer our instructional staff and how it can help our families.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And thank you, board members, for having me here. I'm just going to do a brief overview. My name is Daniel Cortez. I'm an attorney here at Community Justice Project. We are a nonprofit organization, part of Pennsylvania Legal Aid Network. We provide free pro bono legal representation for low-income residents here in Pennsylvania and the Commonwealth. So when we talk about access to education and providing representation when it comes to people in mixed statuses, I just want to do an overarching view of what our undocumented population looks like in the US. Starting for our 11 million people that are undocumented, all the way down to the breakdown where they may come from. As we're seeing different subgroups come into Pennsylvania, our demographics change all the time. But what is an undocumented individual? There's huge misconceptions to this, and I think that it's anybody, just to give a bird's eye view, it could be anybody that came here legally on a visa and is now expired or out of status. They could have just entered at a port of entry without inspection, or they could have any other type of legal status and lost it. So you could be a legal permanent resident and you never renewed your status. You could be here on any other types of visas and lose your status. For the 90-day fiance fans, if you come in here and you don't get married within your 90 days, you're gonna be undocumented. So the undocumented community represents a very diverse and complicated area of individuals, because they can have visas, they can have social security numbers, they could also not have any of those documentations. So I think understanding that this is a complex group of individuals is very important when we want to look at how to serve these individuals. When it comes to our youth that are undocumented, access to higher education has always been a barrier. So here's just some figures of the expected number of undocumented high school seniors that graduate every year, compared to the ones that are actually in high school, the ones to graduate, the ones that are likely to attend an institution of higher education, and the ones that actually graduate with a degree in higher education. So you start from about 100,000, over 100,000 students, to only about 1,950 students that most likely will graduate with a degree. The reasons why that is, as you can imagine, is that there's financial barriers. There's also legal status barriers and other barriers, because undocumented students don't have as much access to financial aid, and they don't have as much transparency when it comes to higher education. So this is where DACA comes in. DACA was a program that was started in 2012. It allows undocumented students to receive social security numbers and work permits. So these are students that came in here before they were 16. They've lived here since 2007 and are under 31 years old, are in school or graduated from school, and basically don't have any severe criminal background. So that means that school districts could have a lot of these students in there that meet these qualifications, and if they do, our organization would be able to help them with navigating that legal process. Once you do get your legal documentation when it comes to DACA, you don't really have a legal status, but it does open up a lot of doors for you. This could mean your ability to work, get paid internships, get some federal funding for some special projects, definitely open up more funding when it comes to going to school. And obviously, you know, you could start your own business, you could be employed. So it really opens up a lot of opportunities for that group. But what I also want to highlight is that one of the things that I always love to communicate is that in-state tuition and in-county rates should be available for all PA residents, regardless of immigration status. And this is where a lot of advocacy is important, especially at the local level, because the PA law states that you can be classified as a resident if you're domiciled in Pennsylvania. But what we've seen is that local colleges, state colleges, and community colleges are defining this differently. So the hope is to educate the community on making sure that, one, there's an appeal process to appeal the residency classification. If you feel like a student has been classified as an out-of-state resident and they've been here for years, maybe they just don't have one piece of immigration status or a social security number. And at the community college level, making sure that you have a local sponsor policy with local community colleges is crucial to establishing uniformity in county residency for your students. And I think that's something that could be very inclusive and something that the district can work towards if they don't have it already. There's also plenty of scholarships for undocumented students. The Dream.us is a huge partner that provides scholarships for documented students. Those are students that qualify for the DACA or are just undocumented. And that could also provide, obviously, a lot of resources for those students. And here are some national partners that, you know, I'll share with Dr. Brown. She could share internally. I don't want to go through all these, but there are a lot of national partners that support our dreamers, our undocumented students, our undocumented families in their navigation through the education system. So this is my contact information. I'm going to be working with Dr. Brown, but just to reiterate, we're a nonprofit. Right now, we are assisting our dreamers that are DACA eligible. That means that they are undocumented students that meet certain criteria to get these applications in and potentially get their documentation that will allow them to potentially have more doors open. But nonetheless, there's still resources for our undocumented students that don't meet these qualifications, and I'd be more than glad to support the students in the district that fall into these two subgroups. With that, I defer to Dr. Brown or any questions that anybody may have. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
No questions. Hello?
Ms. Johnson-Watts had her hand up, Ms. Harris. But
I'm sorry. Thank you.
That's okay. Yep.
Hi, Mr. Cortez and Dr. Brown. This is really wonderful. A lot of times students don't realize that colleges are not concerned with their immigration status. They're concerned with the contribution they'll make to that college or university. And it's just a simple matter of communicating. But for someone who is on the side of the conversation of not even knowing if they are going to be able to remain in the country, it's a very hard conversation to have. So this is wonderful. This is much needed. If anyone questions the concern, it is very real. And I've been fortunate to work with students who've had these situations. So I really appreciate this very comprehensive approach being taken to this matter. So thank you.
Thank you.
And Ms. Harris?
I want to thank, I really want to thank you for this because we have 71 countries just in the little city of Allentown. And for those kids not to have to worry, and there is a path to make sure they are successful, I want to thank you for that. So I thank you, Dr. Brown, and I thank you, Ms. Cortez, for helping us help our students to make sure they are successful and they can be reassured. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Ms. Vega?
Hi, thank you for your presentation. This was great, but I guess my question is going to be more for someone on the administrative side. How will we get this information available to our students? Could it be on our website? Could it be something that is promoted to the students? I'm not sure.
Sure. So actually the promotion starts tonight, which is why we invited in Attorney Cortez to speak at our public meeting. We'll follow this up with connecting him directly to our school counselors in our middle and high schools so that within our college and career access portfolio of programs and supports, we will now add this in as a routine sort of tool, if you will. Additionally, we'll promote this on social media, focusing on Instagram, where a lot of our secondary students frequent, and we'll keep it in our rotation of messaging that we continue to drive out to our students, families, and our staff that support our students.
That's great. Thank you so much. Then I have a question for the gentleman. I forget his name, the attorney.
Daniel Cortez. Oh, I'm sorry.
Daniel.
You can speak.
I have a question for you. Do you guys work with other organizations within the community? Is this something that if we felt as individuals, we could share with other people?
Yes, I think when it comes to these types of things, it really takes a village, right? And I don't want the information to be siloed. So any other local partnerships, feel free to shoot me an email. Feel free to make those connections. From my experience, the strongest, I think, outcomes come from meaningful connections and relationships. So we're working throughout different pockets in Pennsylvania. So we have really strong connections in Berks County, so the Reading School District. I've been working with Kennett Square. I've also been working with Lancaster County. So the more connections I have, especially in the Lehigh Valley and Allentown School District, the merrier.
If you're on.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm definitely going to share your information. I've had the pleasure of working with some undocumented children in this community, and I know that they can use this assistance. That's why I asked. So thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you. And we're looking forward to the partnership, Mr. Cortez.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is the Magellan Partners item. Dr. Brown.
Yes, we will have Ms. Pollock present a number of memorandums of agreements between the Magellan healthcare provider, Lehigh Valley Health Network, and Kids Peace, all in support of providing additional on-site and virtual social emotional support for our students. These programs are currently being expanded and adapted to support us during COVID, and Ms. Pollock will give you a bit more detail and insight as to how we will embark and continue this three-way partnership on behalf of our students.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. We're requesting the board's approval to partner, as Dr. Brown said, with Magellan, Lehigh Valley Health Network, and Kids Peace to provide school-based behavioral and mental health services for our students. So this partnership will allow ASD to work collaboratively with Magellan Behavioral Health of Pennsylvania to coordinate care between ASD and our behavioral health providers. Kids Peace will provide services at Central Elementary School, Ramos, Harrison Morton, and South Mountain, and Lehigh Valley Health Network will provide services at Roosevelt and Washington. This partnership aligns with our strategic area 1 and will help to increase our access to wraparound services and integrated school-based emotional health care to better serve students and families. So year-round behavioral, mental health therapy, and outpatient services will be provided to our students through individual, group, and family therapy. Our uninsured and underinsured families will also receive assistance in gaining access to medical assistance. And for those who are unable to secure insurance, in-kind hours through LVHN and the opportunity to apply for charity care through Kids Peace will be available to our families. So these services will be provided at no additional cost to the district.
And if I may add, before we take questions and before you continue, Ms. Pollock, my apologies. During our process, we convened an inclusive group of parents, staff, all to interview the providers that Magellan had pre-selected and ask them some very pointed questions about their services, making sure that services were available in multiple languages, services were available outside of normal business hours so that our families could maintain a continuum of care that may have been started in the building or virtually, but all really supporting the student and the family and being responsive to the needs of our family. So that was a bit of a shift for us as a district to open up, if you will, and allow our families and stakeholders to be a part of the selection process. So we're really happy about that and really proud to partner on behalf of our students and families. So Ms. Pollock, if you have something additional.
Dr. Brown, that was all that I had.
Okay. Are there any questions?
Ms. Conover, I see your hand is up. You're muted.
I don't see my hand. Is it
Oh,
up now?
no, it was up, but it went down.
But I do have something to say. I wanted it up.
Go ahead.
So my question is, does anybody know anything about Magellan or Kids Peace? Is there a history? Is there any reason why Kids Peace and Magellan are together? Does Kids Peace have a history anywhere in Lehigh Valley?
I believe they do, which is part of, my apologies.
No, go ahead, Dr. Brown.
I believe they do, which is part of the reason why we included our families in on the interview process to ask some of the very hard and tough questions regarding their history in the Lehigh Valley area. And our families were satisfied and we were satisfied and confident in the services that they provide to some of our most neediest critical students that are in need of the services they provide.
So the next question I'm going to ask is, I don't know this answer to this question, so this is a real question.
Mm-hmm.
In the history of Kids Peace providing services to our students in Allentown, has there been any type of investigation on Kids Peace?
That I can't speak to, not during my time that I've known of, that I've been aware of.
Okay, because I've heard parents say positive things with Kids Peace, but then I've also heard parents say negative things about Kids Peace. And then I have I've witnessed some horrible things with Kids Peace. And for that reason, unless there was some intervention made or somebody investigated them over these years that I have not been around them, under no circumstance will I even look at somebody that has their name attached to it. Because I know firsthand that through my own, not my kids' own, I'm talking about somebody on the outside looking in, know for a fact that to me, during the time that I knew them, it was nothing but beds and numbers. They didn't care nothing about our kids. I've seen our kids abused under the care of Kids Peace. So I would never vote for that. And I asked that question because I wanted to know before I said what I had to say, if there was anybody ever reported anything ever founded, was there some changes in management or ownership or whatever the case may be, but I would never support that. Anything that has to do with Kids Peace.
I'm going to have to agree with Lisa on that one because I have had interaction with a lot of parents and students who have gone to Kid Peace, even when they didn't even have a home to go to, so they put them in a Kids Peace. And those children it was awful for them. They weren't there because of psychological, they were just there because they needed a place to put them. And those 4 children went through. So, no, I can't go along with that. Like I said, too many parents have told me that have worked, and even parents who have worked there and said, it's not a good place for our children. So unless they change something miraculously within the last year, I can't go along with it.
I will say this, and I would share with the board, because I don't want, I'm not apologetic. I'll tell the whole world, so it's not a secret. Some of the things that I've seen with them Kids Peace. Again, I wouldn't send and I'm not even gonna send my worst person. I wouldn't send them to Kids Peace, because I know that they do not have our kids' best interests at heart. I've seen families torn, babies torn. And that's all I'm gonna say. I'm gonna leave it alone, but I just want you guys to know. I know people come in and give you something that looks good, but I'll sit down and tell you my stories, and then then we come back and revisit this, but under no circumstances.
Ms. Vega, I saw your hand was up earlier, but it's down. Did you have a comment to make or a question?
No, not at this time, thanks.
Okay. So Dr. Brown, so Ms. Conover, Ms. Harris, we were both on the education committee with me, but these concerns weren't brought up during the meeting that we had to go over the agenda item, which would have been a good time for them to come up, because we could have potentially pulled this if there were drastic
Well,
concerns like that.
Sarah, for the record, when we had our Zoom meeting, I was there partially, and I had crisis. I don't know if you remember, my thing went off. And I had asked tonight, when I saw that it was coming before us, if anybody had seen it. Had I seen it, believe me, I would have been vocal. And normally when we have these types of meetings, this is something that has to be approved to go to the next, to be approved at our next board meeting. You understand what I'm saying? So we still have time. And I'll share. Again, the board members can go ahead, but I'll share my concerns. I don't know anything about Magellan. But the fact that Kids Peace is attached to it, I got a problem with that. And I will share with you. So, I apologize if you feel like hard work was done and maybe we should have brought it up. Like I said, it was an ASD crisis that I was handling during our education meeting, and I stepped away.
Okay. All right. So are there any other questions or comments on this? Ms. Johnson-Watts?
Is it possible for us to table this? Is this something that has to happen immediately?
There are timelines involved in terms of providing the site-based support. Just a reminder, our students are not going to be receiving any services on Kids Peace locations. It's virtually, and when we're back in our buildings, the services are provided on site in the school buildings.
And in terms of the behavioral health, can you give, I don't want to go outside of HIPAA requirements or anything like that, but can you give us an idea of some of the concerns that may be addressed by Kids Peace in this process?
Are you asking what kind of services they will be providing to our students?
Right. So
Sure.
Some of the concerns that were expressed this evening were based on things that have happened at Kids Peace sites, Kids Peace locations.
Mm-hmm.
So my question is, in terms of the structure that is being presented to us tonight, what type of interaction will Kids Peace have with our actual students? Is Magellan the real provider? How does this work?
So Magellan is the funder of the project. Lehigh Valley Health Network and Kids Peace were the providers that emerged as the preferred choice by the committee that included our families, our staff, and other professionals on the interview panel. The types of services that both entities will provide to our students range from in-person counseling, face-to-face counseling with the student, wraparound or continued family counseling, crisis support via telephone and virtually, things of that nature. But again, all services to be provided in our buildings and going forward while our students remain in the virtual learning environment.
So would that include something along the lines of suicide prevention?
That could be a part of it, but again, it would be dictated by the individual student need.
Okay, because what I'm trying to do is help us all understand what type of interaction and impact Kids Peace might have on our children in this arena versus the experiences other children have literally told others they've had with Kids Peace in another arena. So if it's really just a matter of not so much being within their location, not so much being under their care in a residential perspective, but it really is just a matter of the type of services that they provide. I don't know, maybe it's helpful for us to have more detail on the type of interventions they've done or support they have proven to provide to children in these types of scenarios, so that perhaps we can see a distinction between what we have heard about, and I'm not going to speak on it, but I've heard those things too, and what is actually being proposed in this type of scenario.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson-Watts.
I believe if you look through the memorandums of understanding, the scope of services and services provided are listed for each of the health entities. With Kids Peace, services provided begins on the first page. As you move through the Lehigh Valley Agreement, services begin on the second page under program description. We also speak and describe the space within each building that will be utilized.
Is there anyone from Kids Peace that is going to come before the board to speak on their behalf?
Not at this time.
Okay, so I'm of the mindset to table only because they don't have, how can I put it? What my colleagues have already said, I have heard as well, and not from them, but from others. And so, you know, I don't know how this came about, and I'm not sure whether everyone should throw it all in the same basket and look at it as, well, it's Kids Peace again, and people have to maybe miss out on an opportunity because of a branding issue. But without them coming forward and presenting, and for them to just send us a list of what they do, as opposed to some type of statement of impact, it's hard to know how to distinguish what our children may experience with them in this particular venue or scenario versus what we have heard that was not a good thing in other scenarios.
Right. Okay. I guess in working through and processing the approach that we took, Kids Peace and Lehigh Valley did come before the administration and talk about the scope of work. And then again, it's articulated in the documents that are provided. We did not invite them to speak here because they had been through a 3-round interview process. But if that is the board's request, then we're happy to appease and address your preference. But again, there was a robust process that was never done before in this district that included parents that had the very same concerns and were identified based on their concerns so that they could ask and pose the very tough questions to the leadership of both entities to make sure that family and student voice was front and center in the process.
Thank you. And for the sake of clarity, it's not my preference, but it is a suggestion to support the potential moving forward of this agreement on behalf of Kids Peace. But I really have nothing to make me feel any further engaged about Kids Peace and how wonderful they may be. They may be wonderful, but I don't have anything to give me that sense.
Ms. Conover?
So I want to say, and I want to be clear, as a board member, I do not want to be appeased. What I want to say is one of my concerns that I had, this one of the concerns, the many concerns, is Kids Peace is coming in. They're only going to be on our site, but to me, we may very well be providing them an opportunity to get to our kids, because we all know that with someone making some evaluating our kids or providing services comes recommendations, and with those recommendations can very well become placements, and placements are dollars. Okay, and some of the things that I personally witnessed myself makes me stop the bus tonight and say no. So it's not, I don't feel bad. No, we did our work. I'm a board member. I didn't ask for the experiences that I witnessed, but knowing what I know, just allowing them to be on the block of our children, it sends like horrible chills through my body. So I don't want to be appeased. It's not about me. It's about saving our kids.
So if I could jump in here just a little bit, and I think where I get a little bit concerned is on process, and what I think I'll ask in terms of clarity, because administratively we go through significant processes to vet information and bring it through committee and then to the board. And when we have these types of issues, it kind of flattens our administrative process. So if we could get some direction in terms of what all information you need and how you want these things presented to you, and we can follow that format consistently, then I think that will be helpful in not having us kind of circle on putting pieces together or putting some components into place that then kind of get circumvented and shot back to us. So,
Mr. Parker, I'm not confused. It was my fault. It was my fault. I'm the one who had to deal with ASD situation, and I turned my camera off and dealt with it. Something that stemmed from ASD. I didn't even bring it to ASD, but hopefully we can get it resolved. In that moment, that's when we were having our education committee meeting. Now, if this was a small problem, something that we could talk about later, I would not have even stopped this bus. But I'm telling you from my experience that I don't think a Kids Peace is a good look. I'm not trying to stop the district's processes. This is one probably out of 1,000 things. I'm good with this. Cheryl Johnson Watts said, can we just put this to the side and go on to the next stuff on things on our agenda? I'm in agreement with that. I don't know if the other boards are with it, but I said I will tell you guys in another space exactly what my thoughts are. But I don't think that my kids are safe. I don't think that Kids Peace make decisions in the best interest of my children. I feel like it's a business for them. And if they can get ASD kids in their beds, that's money for them. And they don't care. I saw it firsthand. That's all I'm saying.
So I don't have the history on kids piece to say right, wrong, or indifferent.
But I do.
Again, I'm talking about process and giving us the direction. I'm asking for us to receive the direction so that we can provide information and process to you all in a way that allows you to vet it and be confident in what's being presented.
Your process is wonderful. You don't have to change nothing. Nothing except for the fact that I'm just not in agreement with this right here. There's nothing wrong with your process. I tell you, I'll tell the people. The processes we have in place right now is wonderful. I don't have a problem with that, Mr. Parker. Not at all, not a little bit. So are you asking Ms. Johnson Watts to table it and go on to the next thing?
Given the severity of some of the claims that have been made out and about, I think it's worthwhile to table this until further review. That's just me. I'm not on the education committee. So it's a suggestion based on all that was said tonight.
Okay, so is that a motion, Ms. Johnson Watts?
I make a motion to table this.
Okay, is there a second?
I second the motion.
Ms. Harris, it's a tabled item, so there's no discussion on it. I'd probably call the roll, Ms. Ramos.
Let me just make sure I have my.
Sorry.
Okay, I'm keeping up. Okay, this is to table.
Yes.
Number 2, Ms. Harris.
Oh, yes, sorry.
That's okay. Ms. Johnson Watts.
Yes.
Ms. Matheson.
Yes.
Mr. Miller.
No.
Mr. Thiel.
No.
Ms. Vega.
Yes.
Ms. Wilt.
Yes.
Ms. Brace.
No.
Ms. Conover.
Yes.
6-3, the item is tabled.
All right, next on the agenda is the Allentown Public Library Data Sharing Agreement. Dr. Brown?
Sure, this is an agreement between the library and the school district to provide library cards for our students. Previously, we made several attempts to share information to get the cards for the students. They were unsuccessful, and now we realize, based on the compatibility or incompatibility of the student information system with the library system, that we need to engage in a data sharing agreement. And so doing this will allow the two entities to share information and provide library cards for all students K-12.
Are there any questions? Ms. Johnson Watts, is your hand up from the last time? Yes.
Yes, it's down.
Okay. Any questions or comments on this?
I think this is a great idea. I'm on the library board. I remember growing up with my library card. I was so happy with it. If our students are able to, all of them have that library card and have that access, it will be great. So I'm asking the board to allow this forward, because this is a good thing for our students.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Any other questions or comments? Seeing and hearing none, is there a motion to move this forward to the board meeting?
So moved.
Mr. Thiel, is there a second? Was that Ms. Wilt?
Second.
Okay.
Yes.
Discussion on the motion. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that will move forward to the board meeting at the end of the month. Next up is school info app. Mr. Pigeon?
Thank you, Ms. Brace.
I'm going to ask Kim Pizarro from the School Info app to unmute herself also. Kim and myself will present to you a very short presentation, and we'll review some of our procedures in selecting the recommendation to the board. So could I have the presentation pulled up, please? Jose? Great. Oh, Chad. So as you see, we started a process for looking into a health and wellness app, and our process started back in October. And Chad, can you go to the next slide, please? You can see that the Human Resources Department looked, and we searched and found about 14 different apps that we would take a look at. The Opening of Schools Committee put together a list or a different criteria for narrowing down the apps, and we reduced the number to about four apps. At that point, we created a rubric and had the Opening of Schools team, along with building principals, school nurses, the IT department, and random other folks, review the demonstration of these 4 apps. After we took a look at the 4, we narrowed it down to 2 apps based on the committee's results and the recommendations. And then again, the 2 apps went to presented to the Opening of Schools Committee, building principals, school nurses, IT department, our board representatives, parents, students, and union leaders. So at that point, the determination was to recommend the School Info app to the board of directors. Next slide, please. So the School Info app is an app that works exclusively with schools. They do a lot of different things with schools, but we're going to be working with them on a health and wellness app. Can you go to the next slide, please? So from this slide, and Kim, you can jump in at any point. This slide, oh, go ahead.
Oh, well, hi, my name is Kim Pizarro. I'm with School Info app. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here this evening. I've had the pleasure of working with Tony, and also got to meet with a number of parents and staff from Allentown School District to really show them the full app at work. School Info app, like Tony said, we work with schools to build mobile apps and communication and information systems for schools. We work with thousands of schools across the US and Canada and Europe. And of course, when COVID hit and schools started shutting their doors, we certainly saw the need to help students, help schools communicate with their families, and ultimately help you open your doors back up safely. Using a mobile app and using that app to screen families, students, parents, staff before they come to your school doors, so that when you open your school, that you have the peace of mind that everyone has been screened prior to coming to campus. Many districts have tried to do this in other ways, using some online spreadsheets, or even using paper. And we have found with our schools that an app is an easy, super efficient way for families to provide that info to the school district, so that you have that info and can make that actionable decisions based on the data that's received. So basically the app, it's a simple, easy, user-friendly interface that your staff and families will download. They'll be able to access it from a phone, any smart device, or a computer. A web app is available as well. And it just goes through a series of simple screening questions, and we'll give them a response based on their submissions, whether or not they're cleared to come to campus. So that your parents, your guardians, and staff staff will receive a clear indication of the next steps, that they need to stay home or that they can proceed to campus. We'll also be able to help screen visitors. If you do have visitors coming to your campuses, you'll be able to screen them as well. One of the things I wanted to mention is that the app is really, I'm sorry, the app can be opened in many languages. So the app will open in the language of the user's device. And if they want to change the language within the device, within the app, they will be able to do so at that time. So it really meets the needs of a variety of family situations. You'll also be able to submit once for a household instead of having to submit for children. This is actually a feature that was suggested by one of the parents when we had the meeting with the parents to take a look at this app. One of the suggestions was that would be available, and our development team loved that idea and was responsive to that, and has now created that feature in our app, not only for Allentown to use, but for other districts as well. So we really listen to our schools and listen to our families to tell us what's really needed in the app. So it will be custom to Allentown, and the questions will be custom for your needs.
Next slide. And can you hit the play button? I'm not hearing any sound.
Well, the sound is just some music, but
Yeah, that's fine. Don't worry about the sound.
So it's fine. But you can see the little video is just tapping through how you will interact with the app, whether you get a stop sign or a cleared sign. So it's a simple, easy user interface. And like I said, we're very excited about the possibility of working with Allentown and helping you reopen your school safely. I'd love to. Tony, is that all, or I'd love to answer any questions if anybody has any.
No questions. Yeah, absolutely at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any questions from board members? I can say that I was one of the board members that was part of the last panel of folks, and there were a lot of parents, our staff across, not just teachers, it was staff in general were there. And it was an app that was super easy to use. The language thing was amazing when you just click a button and it translates it automatically. And it will be a great tool. As someone who has to answer questions every single morning on paper, I can tell you that at my work, we've got stacks, I don't even know how many reams of paper we've gone through since we reopened in June, asking parents every single day if their kids have XYZ symptoms. So letting our parents be able to just push buttons will be a big help. Ms. Vega, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, I'm sorry, and I must have missed it. What was the cost attached to this?
So Jose, if you can bring the memo back up, you flashed it for a second, and then Ms. Vega, I'll go over all that. Because no, I haven't discussed that yet.
Okay, thank you.
So again, what is it? The School Info app is an app that will gauge the health and well-being of our staff and students as it relates to COVID. It costs $23,650. That's as of March 1st through June 30th of 2022. So a 16-month period. The School Info app was very generous in extending their typical 1-year period to a 16-month period for us. It will allow students and staff to check their health status and know whether or not to report to building. The cost again is the $23,650. And this is the source of the funds is the Continuity of Education Equity Grant. There are no match requirements. There are no staffing requirements. The contract has been reviewed by the solicitor. Some changes were asked to be made, and the School Info app made all the changes that the solicitor recommended. This request was discussed at the Education Co-Chair meeting on February 3rd, 2021, and I recommend this item be considered as an action item at the regular board meeting on February 25th, 2021.
Did you have any questions, Ms. Vega, now that you have the cost?
No, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Seeing and hearing none, is there a motion to move this forward?
So moved.
Oh, second.
Ms. Matheson first, Ms. Johnson Watts second. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, that will be moved forward to the meeting at the end of the month. Next up is our program of studies. Dr. Brown?
Thank you, Mrs. Brace. We have our annual presentation of our program of studies. As we've done in the past, we're highlighting improvements and enhancements to the user friendliness of the document. Ms. Sawyer will present and share with you a lot of the outreach that we have, a greater emphasis on our college and career pathways, if you will, or paths, and a supporting highlight of courses that I would say are aligned with our Century Fund, our Century Promise initiative as well. So I'll hand it over to Ms. Sawyer immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. Tonight, we're requesting board approval for the 2021-2022, I can't believe I'm saying that, program of studies to be moved to the regular board meeting on February 25th. So this was shared with the Education Committee as well. And I just want to review the purpose of the program of studies with everybody, just so everybody understands that we've really moved the purpose and of the program of studies to be the blueprint for each student's individualized learning path, really enabling students and families to be in control of that menu of possibilities to help them guide them through their college and career readiness. It does motivate and excite students about the opportunities that we offer. And it does still, give the students the district graduation expectations. And as we always like to link it back to the strategic framework and the curriculum audit, I just want to remind everybody as well, we've done a lot of work over the last couple of years, really calling out the program of studies with college and career readiness embedded in all of the areas that we do, aligning to the strategic framework and the curriculum audit recommendation 4 and 5. So this year, we did a lot of outreach with parents, families, and students to really get them involved in the process. We had 8 parent focus groups held throughout with FACE, in collaboration with FACE and the schools and communications office. We did social media blasts for those, school messengers, and the schools were wonderful at making personal phone calls to really get parents and families involved. And really a highlight this year was for the first time, we had a lot of middle school parents coming to the meetings. So it was really a nice addition onto our normal communication, just expanding out that outreach. So last year we made a lot of really good steps forward by including the NCAA eligibility requirements. We added some language specifically pertaining to personal finance because it's now allowable from PDE for some other credits like social studies credits and including as a math credit as well. We added driver's education. We added some language for some science courses like updated. And we also added the minimum credit requirements to be in alignment with PDE as well. So this year, to continue on with our college and career readiness push, after meeting with all of the departments and the district committee, we came up with these 6 recommendations for you tonight. We thought it was really an integral part of the program of studies, really call out the college and career readiness. So we created a section in the program of studies that starts on page 23, calling out all of those courses that really are college and career readiness courses, because we do offer a lot. Workforce board is in there, personal finance, SAT math, SAT reading, just off the top of my head. So those pages were added. Katie and her team really worked hard to create the ESOL newcomer pages that you heard Lisa Greitzer talk about earlier. They start on page 51, outlining the newcomer program and those courses that are offered to our new ESOL students. Building 21 did a lot of work on revising their course offerings, really to call out what they offer every year, years 1, 2, 3, and 4, and highlight out some of those courses that they offer that might be slightly different, to call out like what it means to take that course and what they're actually learning in those courses, to be in a little more alignment with ASD. LCTI updated their pages. Building 21 starts on page 61. Sorry, I forgot that. LCTI updated their pages, starts on page 74, and that's just their general updates they do every year. In the science department, with the addition of the Learning Dome and the curriculum that we had purchased previously, the layered earth was added into the science department on page 36. And we've been doing that course in alignment with this, but this will actually allow us to be able to get more students into the Learning Dome in addition to the astronomy course, just adding a layer onto that as well. Then we made some general updates as well, ensuring that we changed the front cover so it looks slightly different. We updated some general guidelines within the pages. There were a couple of errors that were fixed throughout the process. All of these have large student impacts and no staff impacts overall. So I will take any questions.
Yes, let's go. Hi, it's Miss Phoebe.
Hi, Miss Phoebe.
Question about Building 21.
Yes.
Okay. We know they didn't do well on the state test. We all know that. From my own experience with them, I'm on a chat room with Building 21 graduates from 19 and 20. Those students who have graduated, quite a few of them went to college. Unfortunately, they never went past first semester. There are only 5 of those students that I know of who are still in college. That includes my son and the 4 people he went to school that he graduated with in 2019. They took a year off and then they decided to go to college. Didn't make it past the first semester. It was hard for them. They didn't know how to do the work. They didn't know how to do the research papers. But their counterparts from Allen and Deeroff are still there. They are still in college. There's a few that dropped out, of course, but our majority of them are still in college. What are we going to do to make sure that Building 21 is doing the same curriculum as we are, to make sure that if the kids are going to go to college, they are college ready? Because I'm freaking disappointed that these kids came to me and they told me how hard it was for them to keep up with their work because they weren't taught how to do a research paper in college. That's some craziness right there. So help me understand what they are doing to change, to upgrade to our standards.
So Brandy, let me jump in here a little bit. So Building 21 isn't necessarily designed to be exactly like ASD in terms of the other 2 high schools. There are some specific and purposeful differences in how they kind of process some of that information. However, the state or the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania sets the standards for mastery in terms of core standards in each and every content area. So our push with Building 21, the same as it has been with Allen and Deeroff, has been pushing to ensure that students are mastering content at the appropriate level in their standards. Their TSI or ATSI, don't hit me, Dr. Brown. ATSI plans speak to specifically that area that they've identified as an area of need and the subgroup that they've identified as areas of concern. And their job is to improve their delivery of instruction and support for children up to the appropriate level for all kids, and then for the specified groups of students that have been identified in ATSI. So I think it's a broader perspective than, you know, them meeting the same standards as ASD. You know, there are some challenges that we have across the board in terms of how we support kids, and especially certain subgroups of kids. And traditionally, if you look at English and math, those are challenge areas. So Building 21 is working to address those concerns. Additionally to that, in the approved Building 21 contract, there were some provisions in the contract around kind of goal setting for each year of the contractual obligation. So Building 21 has met with the district, and our two teams have been working together to identify what those goals and those metrics are. And that's what we're going to be using to benchmark success over time for Building 21. So it's not drastically different from the way that we would support every other school in the district, but you know, because of the nuances in the way that Building 21 operates, we have that double layer of support with the kind of ATSI school improvement work that's happening, but also the and I forget what we call them, the subcommittees that are working on the academic goals and measurables for the school, that has met a number of times and is working internally to make recommendations back to the full committee, which I know Ms. Harris, you sit on.
Yes, I do sit on that subcommittee, and I am impressed. Look, on page 61, it states, students begin a design for pathway during their third and fourth year. This is what they're supposed to master: dual enrollment, advanced placement courses, internships and fellowships, work experience, project development and implications, and building an e-portfolio for post-secondary preparations. They ain't did that. Class of 2019, class of 2020. That didn't happen. You did a lot of speaking, and Mr. Parker, I do respect you. That was a lot of double talking real quick. I mean, it was a lot
double talk. I'm gonna give it to you straight. I may not agree, but I'm gonna give it to you straight every time.
A lot of talk. It was a lot of talk, but they're not coming up to par. They're not doing it. I'm sick and tired of them experimenting on our children. I'm tired of it. It needs to stop. Either they come up to par or we do something about it. And they ain't coming up to par yet. And I don't care what they say. I don't care what they say to the business community. I know for a fact what our children are getting, and they ain't getting what they need. So either they come up to it and they figure it out to make sure that our children are successful, because what's coming out of there ain't successful. And if they can't do better than our Allen and Deer, who have a lot more students, a lot less money, they get more money per child in smaller classes than our Allen and Deer kids get, but yet they're not performing better. I don't care if they said that was 80%, fine, 80% graduation rate. But within that graduation rate, if those kids left Building 21, but they started in Building 21, then they were included in Building 21's graduation rate. So fine, they got a high graduation rate, but as far as the rest of the story, it's not coming through. Even the smartest kids who had they had a 4.5 grade average, didn't make it through college. Couldn't even make it through a one semester. That's not success to me. It's not. So I'm asking us to really look at Building 21 and have them and make them understand they have to do better. I thank y'all. Thank you for listening to me, but I am still upset.
Thank you, Ms. Harris.
I'm sorry. One thing I forgot to add in the presentation, Katie texted me. I forgot to add that in this year, in addition to being in English and Spanish. We will be translating it into Arabic for the first time as well.
Thank you, Ms. Sawyer. Are there any?
Thank you. May I say one thing? Thank you, Principal Katie Gill, what you're doing with Newcomer Academy and David Newcomer Academy and secondary. That's great. I have been with y'all. I know the things that y'all do within the community for our students is wonderful. You like the grocery giving, making sure that they have lunches, making sure that they had coats and all the things that they needed to make sure they're successful. And you know that they are our most vulnerable because these are immigrants. I thank you for that very much. And I thank you for making sure that their curriculum was included with ASD. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Ms. Johnson-Watts, I see your hand is up.
Yes, starting with last year, this guide has made monumental improvements. This year, once again, refining and more improvement. I'm wondering if it's too late to add the DACA information, or can that be put in next year?
I mean, I don't think it's not going out to print till after it's approved at the final board meeting. So it can absolutely be put in if that's the wish of the board.
It would be, if it could be, it would be helpful for students who, because like I said, I know of students who experienced some of these concerns over the last couple of years, and it could help further get the word out. But even if it's not there, you know, maybe next year.
Absolutely.
But this is great.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson-Watts. Are there any other questions or comments? Seeing and hearing none, is there a motion to approve the program of studies?
So moved.
Ms. Wilt, is there a second? Mr. Thiel?
Second.
Discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, this will move forward to the board meeting at the end of the month. Can we do the next two together by chance? Okay, so we'll do the hybrid instructional model, professional development, and technology package.
Absolutely. This was absolutely a cross-departmental collaboration led by our IT department, academics, special ed, as well as our ESOL program. We came together to develop and research and then put together a comprehensive recommendation that included requisite technology for the classroom, professional development to support that at the teacher and instructional level, and then a communication plan to support that as we communicate and push our messaging out to our staff as well as our students and families, making sure that everybody's beginning with a shared understanding and ready to move forward on the same cadence, if you will, as we move to open our schools. I'd like to have Mr. Rivera begin the presentation with our technology piece. We'll need our slides displayed so that we can move quickly through tonight's presentation. As you see here, again, the presentation focuses on technology, professional development, and communications. A brief overview of the process that was utilized to make sure this was a comprehensive recommendation. If you could advance the slides, please. Our collaborative team conducted building and classroom assessments. If you could advance the slide, please. We engaged with subject matter experts where we consulted and collaborated on different technology options that were not only being used in other districts, but had also emerged as best practices for developing a robust hybrid instructional model. We looked at districts regionally and nationally. That yielded about 4 technology options for our team to consider. Options were eliminated based on their incongruence with our existing infrastructure, which we'll come back to later in the presentation to make sure we highlight and communicate to our board next steps. We eliminated options based on their lack of alignment with our classroom instructional expectations, if they're posed an impediment to teacher mobility within the classroom. And then we also made eliminations based on an inability to balance hybrid and remote learning for our instructors in the classroom. Next slide, please. So, Mr. Rivera, you can take it from here. Mr. Rivera, Jose?
Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Is
yes,
that,
we can.
so I'll start. Sorry about that. So after looking at various options and talking to all the stakeholders, we recommend as the central piece of this, a laptop, a Windows device, being that this is going to afford the ability to use it now, but it also long-term solution for hybrid learning and personalized learning also. In addition to the standard laptop, we're recommending adding an external web camera, a camera that has a wider field of view and it has a higher resolution than normal integrated cameras found in laptops. So what this will allow is the experience, the virtual classroom experience, it will be as close to the in-person experience as possible. Being that the webcams that are usually found on camera, on laptops, they're not usually high resolution web cameras. They're more or a lower resolution type of camera. And in addition to this, we're recommending an external display. Now, this will allow the use of educational applications at the same time that the students could be monitored in the virtual learning environment. So what does this look like? So obviously, we've all seen the laptop. We're adding this external web camera that's going to give the educator the ability to and the flexibility to move it around. And in addition, we're adding this external display so they're able to monitor their virtual class. So to implement this, we looked at three phases. Phase number one, it's bring it to the board, and if the board decides to move forward, then get the equipment, all the pieces of the puzzle, to an area, one of our schools, in this case will be South Mountain Middle School, as a destination site for all the deliveries, where they will be repackaged and sent to each of the school buildings. And we estimate that and expected delivery times, it'll be about a week. So by the 19th, we should already have most, if not all, the equipment in-house. The second phase will be to actually configure and repackage the technology and send it ready to use to every one of our sites. We not only inventory the equipment, it needs to be configured, labeled, and once it's prepared and packaged, it gets sent to the schools. But at the same time, we're identifying areas at the schools where this equipment could be securely stored until it reaches the classroom. And we estimate that it'll take about a week once the equipment is there for that to happen. And then the third phase will be the actual implementation of an installation of this equipment, being that it's light and it's flexible. Once the technology is delivered to the buildings, we'll work with the facilities department to get it to the buildings. And now our technicians could start delivering these packages to every classroom and get it ready before the March 22nd.
Great. And so complementing those three phases that Mr. Rivera spoke to, we now move into the discussion and highlighting of phase 4. Phase 4 is the district really looking to acquire IT implementation support through partnership that will allow us to develop a comprehensive device management system. We bought a lot of stuff. While we need to continue to monitor and assess our infrastructure and determine its capacities and where we need to go moving forward as we move toward a one-to-one district. That includes one-to-one for our staff and our students. Do we have the internal capacity to support that? We're looking for IT implementation support that would also help us monitor our cloud technology and virtualization, as well as provide a district-wide technology platform and infrastructure to support anytime, anywhere, teaching and learning, whether you're at the teacher level or student level. We know that we do not have the internal capacity to do this, and so we'll be looking to bring phase 4 of this technology package to the board next month to support a comprehensive implementation that's only going to enhance the services and the learning experience that we're able to offer our families and our instructional staff. Next slide. Here's where we move into our professional development plan, and we'll have our academic team give you a brief overview of this component.
Good evening. So to help us with our professional development plan, we really use 2 priorities to guide us. The first is our commitment to preparing our teachers and our school leaders to teach and support this hybrid classroom, and not only just a classroom, but a classroom that emphasizes safety and student learning. Along the same lines with learning, our second priority is continuing to maintain a focus on personalized learning through targeted instruction. We're going to use data to drive decisions and strive to have student reflection and student ownership. Next slide, please. Here you can see some of the highlights of the intended outcomes of our professional development plan with our stakeholders. For our teachers, we're looking to make sure that they can manage hybrid classrooms, implement safety protocols, create hybrid instructional models, use technology to support both in-person and home learners, plan lessons for hybrid instruction, hybrid models, routines and procedures for self-contained classrooms, use of instructional paras and bilingual staff in co-taught classrooms, and the use of breakout rooms for small group instruction. For our school leaders, we're looking to sustain the implementation of safety protocols, prepare the spaces for safety protocols and hybrid learning, manage the troubleshooting of technology challenges, and guide and support teachers on best practices for hybrid learning. And to support our district leaders, define the safety protocols, define instructional expectations and guidance, adapt current professional development and support structures to support hybrid learning, and to create workflows that support resources for, again, more technology troubleshooting. Next slide, please.
One of the most exciting portions of this professional development plan that we're working with at Elements on is the input from our school-based teams and the opportunity for us to build on the foundation of what we've already been doing with our virtual learning model. So a key point that Jen pointed out was that maintenance and the maintaining of the personalized learning, data-driven decisions, small group instruction, student reflection, ownership, and student engagement. So working with our partner at Elements and their experience in the hybrid model scenario, they'll be working with school-based teams of teachers and administrators to help make the hybrid model that we're implementing locally relevant. So we're building on the foundation that we already have, and we're implementing next steps to make this more successful. So not only do we have, as you probably noticed in that proposal, a large portion of time planning to implement this with our ASD folk academic team and at Elements. But then we also are creating modules that have different modalities for presentation for our teachers to work through and our administrators. We can go to the next slide. These phases are summarized on this page as far as our instructional staff, those teams from buildings, creating the hybrid models and instructional guidance, building on the foundations we've already built, making it locally relevant. Phase 1A will prepare all of our ASD administrators for the hybrid learning environment. Phase 2 will be targeted towards our ASD instructional staff. And then phase 3 will be launching it, doing it, repeating it, and working through a cycle improvement, and to have a similar feel to the opening of school, where our partner Net Elements did help us prepare for the first 20 days of the school year, as we're also looking to prepare for the first 20 days of the hybrid environment.
Yes. So we'll move into a brief overview of our communication strategies and efforts that we will begin this week. Next slide, please. We're really looking to run targeted internal communication as well as targeted external communication. You can see the strategies listed on the left-hand side of the slide. As you look at the right-hand side of your slide, that is the first mailing that will be sent out to our families, directing them to identify their preference for returning to our buildings or remaining in the remote learning environment through our virtual campus. We've included, I always get it wrong, I think it's QRL codes on the back of the postcard so that our families can have that real-time access in both English and Spanish, and let the district know what their preference is. So we'll continue with direct mailing, social media preference. At the building and classroom levels, we've engaged our principals and teachers to continue to use Class Dojo, Google Classroom, and other modes of communication. Next slide, please. And then we'll also continue to repeat some of the strategies we used as we launched our virtual campus. And that was an example of the poster that you see reflected on the right-hand side of the screen in Spanish. We had those created for our Atlanta buses. We intend to do the same using that same format and creating the ease of access through the QRL code for our families to be immediately connected to the information that they need to prepare for our hybrid learning, and to familiarize themselves with the expectations along with our health and safety protocols upon re-entry into buildings. We'll utilize social media, continue to arm, if you will, our community partners with information that they're able to distribute on our behalf. We'll also continue to use radio advertisements in both English and Spanish, and as mentioned previously, utilizing the local Atlanta buses for a communication tool as well. I believe that is our last slide, so we're paused for any questions that our board may have. Oh, I'm sorry. That is not the last slide. I'm sorry. It's too late at night. Billboards. We are utilizing billboards to communicate as well. Currently, we maintain 9 locations, 16 billboards throughout the Allentown city limits. What you see reflected here is the graphic that will be depicted on our billboards. And again, we'll continue to utilize social media as listed there again. So that's an overview of our communication and outreach strategies to support all of the initial phases of the work that was presented here to you today or this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. Do any of board members have questions or comments? Ms. Johnson Watts?
Yes, I just want to make sure that I'm clear as to what hybrid means in this presentation. Does hybrid mean, and let's not talk about whatever we said 2-3 months ago. Let's talk about this presentation going forward. Does hybrid mean that people will come into the building on certain days and be remote on other days? Or does it mean that there will always be a teacher in the classroom, but some children that are under that teacher's guidance will be at home working remotely and other students will be sitting in front of that teacher?
It means both of the ways that you just spoke to. We will maintain concurrent learning environments. The hybrid will be the in-person, face-to-face model, and we'll still maintain the remote learning through the virtual campus. So teachers will run concurrent learning environments in the classrooms.
So it'll be that same teacher for 30 children, whether they're physically in the building with them or not. Or, well, let's not say 30 children, but the same teacher for that, science class. It's not separate science classes.
It is not. Teachers will
Okay.
maintain their current rosters that they have had since the beginning of school. If they've had 30 students in one class, there may be 10 to 15 who have informed us of their preference to return to the classroom. There may be another 10 to 15 who have informed us of their classroom to remain in the remote learning environment.
Got it. Thank you.
And just as a reminder, these two items, which the board memos are presented in this meeting, will be moved forward, or we're asking or requesting the board to move forward to the special board meeting after the conclusion of our committee of the whole meetings this evening.
Ms. Harris, I see your hand up.
I think Dr. Brown answered my question. I should have put it down, but I just want to make sure the parents understand that virtual learning is still going to be happening even though they go back to school, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So they
And this, as Mr. Parker, I think, pointed out in the beginning, we're not voting on whether the kids are going back or not tonight. This is just to vote for the technology and professional development so that when the time comes that we want them back in, our teachers will be prepared and they will have the technology that they need to adequately teach our kids.
Yes.
Right. That's what I wanted to put out there to the parents. We're not talking about voting on it if they come back, but the fact that they will have those options.
Ms. Vega, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, I have a question. And I don't know if this is the right time and you can tell me if it's not. The last time we talked about this topic, there was a survey done. Did we get the results of how many parents said they wanted to come back or not?
So that survey remains open at this time. I believe we are up to about a 30% response rate. Approximately a little more than 7,000 students and families have responded. And so we continue to leave the survey open until we get more of a representative sample. But we have that data, and once we close the survey, we'll be sharing it out.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Conover?
I don't know. My hand's up. I don't have any questions.
Okay, your hand's up.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Does anybody else have any questions or comments on this?
I just want to thank you for the presentation and for helping us to have a good visual on how we'll eventually move forward with hybrid learning.
Thank you.
Seeing and hearing no other questions or comments, is there a motion to move this forward to the special board meeting immediately following the Finance Committee of the whole meeting tonight?
I will make that motion.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Johnson Watts. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? All right, this will move forward to the meeting later on tonight. At this point in time is when we will take comments from the public on non-agenda items. I quickly jotted down those people who did not get a chance to speak previously. So this is my list, and I'd like to try and get to them first if they're still on, just to be fair. So I had Scott Glidden, Pat Simpson, Shelley, and I apologize if I pronounce your name wrong, Shelley Fairclaw Gums, Darlene Simpson, and Jeannie Garcia. So if any of those folks plus additional folks would like to speak, now's the chance to raise your hands. And if these people I just named raise their hand first, I'm going to go by them. Otherwise, I'll start going down the list that I see in front of me. And I don't see that any of them raised their hands. So Kim Burke is the first person on the list. Kim, if you can unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
I'm not quite sure how I got asked to speak.
You had your hand raised. If you don't want to speak, though, that's okay. We can just remute you and go to the next person.
Okay, mute me.
Okay, all right. The next person on the list is Daniel Pokovitz.
Daniel Pokovitz, 642 South Lincoln Avenue. I'm a teacher in the district, and I'm all for going back if we can do it. We talk about, like, I'm listening to all the things we're proposing for hybrid and things we're going to buy. Those cameras sound great, but I'm telling you for a fact, unless you're updating the teacher computers, those cameras don't mean a thing. Zoom recommends a quad-core processor to run the Zoom and do screen sharing. Quad-core processors weren't even invented when most of these teacher computers were purchased. So unless you're seriously looking at updating our infrastructure for the whole district, it's going to be very difficult to teach through Zoom efficiently. I just want to point that out because it seems to be something that keeps getting overlooked, is that even though we're providing the hardware that would be needed for a normal computer to run Zoom, our teacher computers and a lot of the tech in the buildings is extremely outdated. So it's something we really need to look at. And along with the Chromebooks that we purchased for the kids, most of them don't even have sufficient hardware in them to run Zoom the way they need it. Like, I'll have screen shares of my students and they'll just constantly, the computer will lag up, it will freeze, it will not let them go into district websites, giving them the light speed error. So there's a lot of things that are going on that it doesn't seem like they've been thoroughly looked at before we start progressing into a new style of doing things, when we really didn't even work out all the kinks in the old style of doing things. So I just really want to make sure that we've got all our bases covered before we go back, just because it's going to be very difficult, and it's going to be a whole level of frustration all over again for the students, the staff, the administration, and I can only imagine the amount of headaches the IT staff is going to have, because they're going to be running around trying to get everything working, and it's not going to function to the best ability. That's all I have. Thank you.
Next on the list is Gail Spurlbaum.
Thank you. This is in response to Ms. Conver's sports discussion. It was extremely disturbing to me that in 30 minutes or so, that a vote can be taken to undo a previous sports decision to allow them to go outside of the county. This was a personal agenda for Ms. Conver and her child, and became a priority with their additional teammates. More than 7 times, she discussed that it was a viable, safe environment and that there was no reason for those students to participate, that we should not deny these students the opportunity with the potential of earning scholarships and furthering their education. And we should do what we need to do and not hold them back when their safety precautions are taken, and that these kids should be able to move forward. I believe it was Miss Harris that said, we want our children to be successful by any means, not just sports, but their education as well. All opportunities should not be limited as long as they are in a safe environment. LCTI does have a safe environment. They are a hybrid setup. They are not a 100-year-old building like Allentown School District is. And that I think that consideration should be taken for these students to get back to endure their education. In this instant tonight, sports was put above and beyond education. A decision was made by a vote in 30 minutes. I would like the board to take 30 minutes and vote on LCTI students to go back to school. The full-time students should be considered first and foremost because they are not setting foot in a 100-year-old building. See how that goes, and then add the half-day students to that. I just think it's ridiculous that education does not take priority over sports. And this doesn't seem that the Allentown School Board cares about vocational students, that their sports students are more priority. Please prove me wrong and let these children get back to LCTI as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the list is Enid Santiago.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for listening to me. I wanted to follow up on the teacher that is currently suspended and hopefully will be terminated very, very soon. I could not believe that I heard a district solicitor that was hired and is being paid by my tax dollars act as the personal attorney for this teacher, literally almost trying to shut down public comments specifically for his own agenda to not continue bashing this teacher that, by the way, all the comments that were made is based on his own post that he posted on social media. So it's not he said, she said. This is an action that has a reaction. So I really hope that the district is looking into hiring another solicitor with another firm, because the embarrassment that you guys experienced today is something that I wish I never, ever, ever have to listen to again. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the list is Marisol Santiago.
Good evening, everybody. I wanted to touch base on the computer part. I agree with the teacher. Being an employee of, I work for ASD, and I see what the teachers are going through. One, I see the frustration with the parents, and I hear with the students. And a lot of our laptops, I just want you to keep in mind that a lot of our laptops are getting destroyed, and there's nothing's being done about it. There's no money coming back to help fix them, or anything like that, not that I know of. And we need to keep that in mind as well, that we need to hold some of these parents responsible. And that'll also teach the children that they have to be responsible and not break something that could take them, that they could take with them all the way through high school and help them. I'm grateful that they have a computer finally in their hands, and they're up to date with the other school districts, and some of them are actually learning. But the fact that they're getting broken and nothing is being done about it, I think that's a waste of money. And I just think that we really need to think about that one a little bit, as well as start with the teachers and upgrade the teachers first, so that they know and they can put a plan together to help our students succeed a little better. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you. The next on the list is Eric Rodriguez.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for your time. I just want to speak on a few things. I currently have a son who goes to Moser Elementary, and all through my son's life up until this point, he has been very, very successful in the school. But with the just the solely virtual learning, he has struggled immensely. And he lacks a lot of the things that the kids need, especially the human contact of being around other kids his age. I think the new cameras is a very bad idea, not only because what the teacher who currently works in the ASD said, but not only because also on top of that, you guys are already struggling to pay for technology in general. My son had a computer that failed and he got a tablet to replace that. And now the charging port for that is bad. And I've been waiting over 2 months to get a new device for him to use, to the point where he's using my wife's personal computer to get to school every day. These are things that they need on a daily basis in order to get an education. And you guys are trying to focus on getting new cameras
When there's already
when there's already things that need to be fixed first and foremost. Keeping up with the current products need to be an obligation. And if you guys are going to send these kids back to school, I really think that the idea of it should be trying to get them to be together again, not stuck behind plexiglass and cameras. They need the human contact. These are children at the end of the day. And a lot of what they learn is through emulation of each other. That's very important. I don't want that to get lost with everyone. I work with kids on a daily basis and I see how important it is. And I think that gets lost a lot of the time when we have these big conversations and they all get wrapped up in egos and red tape. Thank you for your time. And I hope you guys make the right decision.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands raised for public comment. At this time, is there any old business to come before the board? Is there any new business or grass catcher items? Seeing and hearing none, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Mr. Miller? Is there a
Second.
Ms. Harris, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, and we will move on to building committee.
Thank you, Ms. Brace. I'm calling to order the building committee of the whole meeting for Thursday, February 11th. Mr. Parker, do you have any comments?
No comments.
Do we have any comments from the public on agenda items? I'm not seeing any. Okay, so I'm going to pass to Tom Smith, and as long as I don't have any objection from my colleagues, I'm going to let Mr. Smith present all 4 bid items at the same time, and then we can vote all of them at the end. So, Mr. Smith.
Yes, Mr. Miller, good evening, everybody. Tonight I'm requesting board approval to award bid for the William Allen High School parking garage structural repairs to Quinn Construction Incorporated, 1017 4th Avenue, Suite 100, Essington, PA, 19029-1813, for the amount of $345,975. The source of funds are from the facilities 2021-2022 budget. 6 bids were submitted. Quinn Construction Incorporated was the lowest responsible bidder. The agreements, insurance, and bond provisions have been reviewed and approved by the district solicitor and our insurance advisors. The work is scheduled to begin this summer and upon board approval. Additionally, tonight I'm requesting board approval to award the bid for fire equipment services to Kistler O'Brien Fire Protection, 2210 City Line Road, Bethlehem, PA 18017, for a 1-year period for the lump sum amount of $4,503.97, with an option to extend the contract period by 2 additional years. Year 2 for $4,639.08, and year 3 for $4,778.26. The source of the funds are from the facilities 2021-22 budget. 2 bids were submitted. Kistler O'Brien Fire Protection was the lowest responsible bidder. The agreements, insurance, and bond provisions have been reviewed and approved by our solicitor and insurance advisors. Additionally, tonight I'm requesting board approval to award the bid for pest control services to Procore Pest Control, located at 1400 North Irving Street, Allentown, PA, 18109, for a 1-year period for the lump sum amount of $22,690, with an option to extend the contract period by 2 additional years for $22,690 for each of those years. Source of funds are from the facilities 2021-22 budget. 3 bids were submitted. Procore Pest Control was the lowest responsible bidder. The agreements, insurance, and bond provisions have been reviewed and approved by the solicitor and insurance advisors. Finally, tonight I'm requesting board approval to award bid for a 1 year of refuse and recycling removal services to Advanced Disposal Services, 2690 Howardtown Road, Northampton, PA 18067, for the amount of $236,620.70, with an optional second year for the amount of $243,744.91. The source of the funds are from the facilities 2021-22 budget. 2 bids were submitted. Advanced Disposal Services was the lowest responsible bidder. And again, the insurance and bond provisions have been reviewed and approved by our solicitor and insurance advisors. Thank you. Are there any questions?
I see Mrs. Johnson Watts has her hand up.
Yes, regarding the garage repairs, what will be the situation in terms of parking, or should I say street parking during that time? Will it create any changes within the neighborhood?
So the repairs are scheduled to occur over the summer. So I don't anticipate much off-street parking during that period. But if there is any, yes, there is also a parking lot that can be utilized, as well as the Bartholomew Ninth Grade Center has a parking garage as well.
Okay, and I'm not sure what the situation is in terms of equipment that would be coming in. Is there any scenario? And I live not far from 19th Street, so we've seen a lot of things happening because of road work. And so I'm asking on behalf of my neighbors who are over on West Park side, what is the situation in terms of any major equipment that might end up being on the street?
Yeah, so the material, there's a lay down area for materials will actually be in the parking garage. So there may be a period where there's a delivery of that material, but that will be a short term.
Okay, great. My only request is that someone be in communication with the community. You could reach out to West Park if you need to, if it does come to that point of something major obstructing on the road for a month at a time. You see what I'm saying?
No, certainly I understand. I don't anticipate any of that, but should that occur, I most certainly will reach out and notify the community.
Thanks.
You're quite welcome.
Any other questions from my fellow board members? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to move these 4 items to this month's board meeting.
So moved.
So moved.
Mrs. Brace, seconded by Mrs. Conover. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? All right, all 4 will move forward. Okay, that's the only items we had, those 4. So do we have any comments from the public on non-agenda items? I'm seeing a hand that has been up for a while now, Paz Simpson.
Yes, I had a question. There was maybe I misunderstood what they were talking about when they were mentioning the students' sports versus what's going on with LCTI. I didn't see how they were interrelated, because there are students, especially students that are coming from impoverished neighborhoods, having the opportunity to get a sports scholarship, utilizing sports as a way out. We've just seen more recently the success of one of Allen High's former students at UConn, and seeing how much that's affected, his trajectory in education in the future. Why should one have to do with the other? And I don't think that it was about Mrs. Conover's kid in particular, but really about all of the students who are using every possible way to get out or to move up into society. So I don't know why we use that as an example of one versus the other, but I think both things need to be, first of all, acknowledged, and secondly, making sure that every student has an opportunity to win. So I thank Ms. Conover for pushing for sports. I was someone I didn't graduate through the Allentown School District, but I did get to go to college on a sports scholarship. So I know what that can do for a child whose parents can't afford to send them to school. So I just wanted to state that fact.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. Any other comments from public on non-agenda items? Okay, seeing none. Any old business? Any new business or grass catcher items? I do have a hand, Linda Vega.
Hi, everyone. I wanted to talk about one of our community partners. Some of us on this board know of Casa Guadalupe. They're an organization that's been in our community for about 50 years, and they provide many programs. One of the programs that they offer is a high school program, is focused on college and career readiness. All the program activities are guided by elements of social and emotional learning, and they have a strong emphasis on trauma-informed care. Each student is provided with a support team through the Casa Guadalupe staff, program partners, and community mentors. They also offer like family support. They're bilingual, and they also accommodate special needs children. I know that there has been some partnership in the past with ASD, but they have classrooms right now that can hold up to 25 students at a time with COVID restrictions. And I wanted to know, how can ASD and Casa Guadalupe form a stronger partnership where we can promote what they do to the children, or ASD can help promote what they do for our children, since it's to no cost to our children or the Allentown School District.
So I'm going to defer to the administration on that. I'm going to send that to the committee. And Linda, I think we should bring you into the building committee and maybe talk about how we can partner up and work on that. I think the district's always looking for, partnerships that help the students. So if you'd be willing to meet up with the building committee, I think that'd be helpful.
That'd be great. I'll wait for the invite.
Okay. All right. I will put that on your to-do list, Jen, for the building committee, and I'll follow up on that.
I just wrote it down.
All right. Thank you. Any other new business or grass catcher items? All right. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'll make that motion.
Ms. Conover, second by Mr. Thiel. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All
Aye.
right.
Aye.
Next, we have finance. I'll pass it over to Mr. Thiel. Mrs. Johnson
Okay.
Watts will be leading the finance. Excuse me.
Okay, yes. Thank you, Mr. Miller. I'd like to call to order the Finance Committee of the Whole meeting for the Allentown School District for today, Thursday, February 11th. Mr. Parker, do you have any comments?
No comments.
Okay. Are there any public comments for agenda items? I'd like to let everyone know that in the interest of hearing from our residents, our parents, our concerned representatives, we are editing the agenda so that there is just a review of the LCTI's budget for 2021, 2022. We've got some really great updates from our Carbon Lehigh Intermediate Unit, and we will share that with you at another time. And we have some projections from PFM that we will also share with you at another time. So stand by for that. But we felt that it was in the best interest of all involved to hear from our people. So what I'm going to do now is see if there are any public comments on the agenda item, which is LCTI. If not, then we're going to get started. Okay, I do not see any hands raised in either category. So, Dr. Rushton?
Thank you, Ms. Johnson-Watts. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to just give you a brief summary of our 21-22 budget. And I'm here this evening with my business administrator, Mrs. Pat Bader. Oh, there she is down the bottom. Okay, so we'll keep it very brief. We understand the lateness of the hour, but I'm just going to give you a very brief summary of what our process is so you know how many iterations have occurred before we came to you tonight. Because it's important that you understand how many times this budget has been vetted before you see it this evening. Actually, Pat and I begin preparing this budget in the summer. And as the start of the school year rolls around, I begin to talk to our superintendent group, our professional advisory committee, as to where they project their budgets to be. And once we talk as a consortium, we come up with an agreement. And for example, to stay within the Act 1 index or below it. So that is vetted sometime in September and October. Following that, we make our first presentations of this budget to our superintendents in November. And those of you on the Allentown School Board who are on our JOC, recall we do the first budget presentation in November to the committee of the whole. We give the updates in December to both superintendent group and to the JOC. And then finally in January, we give final updates and changes, and then the JOC votes to send it out to all the member districts to vote from there. I want you to be aware that our primary goal, ladies and gentlemen, is to make sure that all of our members in our consortium have the highest quality CTE programming in a cost-efficient manner, and I can tell you that this budget tonight achieves that. As you're aware, the quality of CTE programming is paramount to a career and technical school's reputation, and your school is rated as one of the best in the country. This budget includes position reductions in instructional staff, and also you're going to see expenses relative, much like you're seeing, for transition to online education. And that's never been done before in a career and tech environment. So that was a costly endeavor. We do anticipate, though, reductions in vocational education subsidy and in Perkins funding because we anticipate student population drops because of COVID issues and lack of recruiting and things of that nature. So keep in mind, we're trying to balance both sides of this. So now with no further ado, I'm going to transition to my business administrator, Mrs. Bader, and she'll give you a brief overview of the budget. And then if you have any questions, we'll be glad to answer them after that. Pat?
Good evening. I'm going to share my screen. It's a presentation. I won't be doing every slide. And I do believe you received it yourself. It's got a lot of good information in it. And if it generates any questions tonight or in the future, I'd be happy to answer those. Okay. I'm going to start with our salary details. Salary and benefits make up about 72.7% of our budget. So I like to start with the salary because it's one of the biggest factors. And as Dr. Rushton said, a significant part of our budget included reductions for a part-time custodian, one teacher, and one academic teacher. Our teachers did receive a 4% increase, and our teacher group has a 4-year contract, and we are currently in the second. You can see here this bullet. Is there a question? I'm sorry.
Somebody needs to mute.
Somebody's muted.
Can we all check and make sure we're muted? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I did want to point out that tonight you'll be approving to move forward 2 budgets from us. It's our general operating fund, which is our traditional half-day program, as well as the academic center, which is just a $2 million budget in total for all 9 districts. And it's the academic center, and you see it here. It's the other half of the school day for the children, and it makes up all the academics. So they get the career and technical as a half day and the academics center as the other academic portion of their day. I won't be going through that in detail. It is at the end of this slide set, but if there are any questions, I certainly can go through that. This slide just gives you an example of how a lot of our salaries are derived. Most of our groups, except for the teachers, are on a 1-year look back, an average of all the districts for both benefits and salaries. This is an example of that. And our salaries are broken down. As you can see here, a big part of our salaries are direct instruction, with 56% being for that. I'm going to move forward. Our benefits, PSERS and healthcare make up a big portion of the benefits. And the budget includes a 10% increase in healthcare for the 21-22 school year, which is, we're in a consortium with several other districts, and we're all budgeting the same amount based on statistical analysis of how the costs are rising. I did want to show you again. So you see that our total budget is $28,976,100. And here's that salary and benefit portion. I do want to highlight one other number. It's both this equipment number and the supply number. In the supply area, you'll see a big increase for software supplies. And this is the way we are rolling out our virtual learning. We were able to use GEAR funds for that to fund the software that we needed for virtual learning. But we needed to build that into the budget, knowing that the GEAR money wouldn't be there for us in the 21-22 school year. So what we did was we increased our supplies, our software supplies, and we did some reductions in our equipment. We do, however, feel that we are going to be able to meet the needs of the students with the equipment that is needed, and certainly address any technology needs that we need to. And as you can see, this is how the software increase is broken down. We have specific software for the program. So for example, for cosmetology or mechanical, auto mechanics. And then we have educational-wide software, as well as infrastructure. Infrastructure would be like a Zoom license. On the revenue side, this blue section is the part that is what amount we ask from our sending districts. And the amount of increase for the 21-22 school year is 2.52%. I do, however, want to point out that for the 21-22 school year, we do have our expenses are greater than our revenue, which means that we will be taking $176,900 from a fund balance. This is a committed fund balance for PEASers. We do have a $1.37 million fund balance, which is uncommitted or unassigned, and it represents about 17 days worth of expenses. This is a historical look at the amount of revenue increases that we have asked from our member districts. And the following pages have all of the districts' information broken down, which I'm going to skip over for time.
Can you go back to that actually?
Yes, I can.
So I just, the last column, what is that column?
This one right here,
Yes,
proportional share
of the budget.
It's the 5-year average of the ADMs, right? And then you're right, it's the proportional share of how that budget is split up.
So that's the largest by far.
Yes.
Okay.
Based on enrollment, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So I want to go back to that. So 36% comes from us.
Correct.
That's a lot.
It's based on the enrollment, the 5-year average of the enrollment.
Okay, so I'm going to come back to that when you finish.
Okay, sure. I'm just going to click forward. So this is the budget we were just discussing, where the member district contribution comes from. We also have a small capital project, which addresses our building needs, and debt service, which also addresses our debt. And that makes up the total amount of member district contribution. One difference that I did want to discuss is that when our year is over, and if there's revenues that exceed expenditures on June 30th of a given year, we return that portion to our member districts. We do not retain it in fund balance. So on the January 2021 invoice, Allentown received just under $215,000 of the excess revenues in excess of expenses that occurred at the end of the school year, 6/30/2020. That's a little bit unique, and I just wanted to point that out.
2021, right? I'm sorry, 2021, 2021?
6/30 of 2020.
Okay.
That
I'm sorry, I just jumped.
Yeah. And so we go through our audit process, and it does take several months to go through the audit process. And then when the year is finally tabulated, we return it as a credit on the invoice, the January invoice. And I can stop there for questions.
I don't see any hands raised.
I have my hand raised.
Oh, now
But
I see it raised. It wasn't up there before.
But I don't want to ask my questions yet. I want you to finish, because I think my questions are a little bit, I'm gonna keep going. I'm okay. And I'm sorry for interjecting at that point with the 620. I didn't realize my mic wasn't.
Okay, I see it's Sarah Brace.
Yeah, I have questions too, but not if there's more. Did you just pause?
What I was going to do, I do have an academic center budget. It's $2 million. It's 13 teachers. I don't know that we want to spend time on that. Maybe we should address your questions.
just start with mine then, if,
Go
just so
go
that
ahead,
you,
Lisa, because you asked first. I'll just keep my hand up. I have many, so go ahead, Lisa.
okay. So my and I'm gonna have questions later, so if this is my last chance, I don't want to take it. So what you said, it was the revenue as of 6/20/20, that was for last year, but it showed up on our on our January 21st invoice. That's
Yes.
where the reimbursement came, right?
Yes. Yes.
And now this is the budget that you're presenting to us now for our incoming school year. Is that correct?
That's for 21, 22.
Absolutely. Right. I just wanted to clarify that so that we're all following each other.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm not going to say anything else until you're done. Thank you.
Okay.
Sarah, you were next in line, but you sounded like you were willing to wait. It's up to you.
Sure,
Miss Phoebe,
yeah, they can ask their questions and maybe they'll answer some of mine. If not, I'll ask when everybody's done.
Okay. Miss Phoebe? You're muted.
Thank you. I'm going to ask about the budget. Okay. So the academic center assigned fund balances.
What
Allentown-
slide are you on?
On
Last page, is it?
I'm looking at page 33, so I don't know where that is.
Yes.
That comes with the academic center. Okay, we're looking at that, and we're 300,000. That's us, largest of them. Next one coming to us close, it would be Parkland at 69,000. We have a really big number. We are, for the 2021 year, we are at 40% of the, it says the general operating fund proportional share. So we're 40.7% of that, correct?
Okay, you're looking at page 33?
Now I'm looking at page 6. I'm looking at both. I'm looking at page 33 and page 16. So let's go ahead and go to page 33.
So there are two separate budgets.
Right.
Okay.
So we're looking at the academics, how much we are giving, and which is quite a lot more than everybody else.
So this right here, this page 33 is your fund balance, which is kept at our school. And you can use these amounts to pay any of our invoices that the academic center generates.
So we got a big fund balance, more than everybody else. Okay, so thank you for letting us know that we got, that's our rainy day fund, more or less.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
It doesn't
let's
have
go
to be a rainy day fund, but it certainly could be, yes.
Okay, so let's go look at the general operating fund. That's
Yes.
on page 15.
All right. Sorry to make you sick. I'm going
No,
to.
no, it's fine.
Okay.
Okay. 2021 says that we're 40.79%.
Yes.
That's the biggest. No one even is anywhere close to that. Correct?
Yes.
So, and then we're going to look at the member district share comparison, which is on page 21. The Allentown's at 7 million. No one is close to that. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going back to page, it's page 3. The budget, proportionate share of the budget.
Page 3.
Allentown, yeah.
You don't mean 3. You meant, did you mean a different slide?
Probably, but it's just, I'm just giving it to you. The Allentown is 36.838% of the budget. So that gross cost is over $7 million, 7.7.
Yes.
So I said all this to say this. We're giving the most money. We have the most students there. But because our land is not as valued as others, we are not getting the representation. So we're giving you our money, we're giving you more students, but how many board members are on the board?
3.
3. Well, how many does Parkland have?
6.
How many does East Penn have?
4.
So Parkland has the most, but yet they don't have the most people there. Yet they don't have the biggest, because their real estate is valued at higher than us. They get more board members. That's some crap. I don't like it. I think it's wrong. I think we need to reevaluate this, because we lost a seat. We should have just as many as Parkland. No one should have more seats than us, because we're giving you the most money. We're giving you the most money. We're giving you the most students. We keeping the lights on, paying everybody's salary, making sure everybody. And this is what it comes down to me. And this is what I'm kind of pissed, because on the backs of Black and brown children, y'all living and living quite well. But yet we don't only have 4 people on that board. That's wrong. That's a mess that I just can't agree with. Y'all need to reassess that, because you all get to live very well off of our money, but we don't get representation. So taxation without representation. I'm going to stay there. I'm not going to let this go. Good, good for y'all that I'm running again for another 4 years. So this is not going anywhere. And everybody on this board will tell you, and my superintendent will tell you, once I get something in my head, it stays there forever. It's like, I'm like a dog with a bone. It's not going nowhere. So y'all get ready to figure out this, because this is not going to set well with me. It doesn't set with my board members, and it doesn't set well with Allentown. And that's why I've been elected by these community of Allentown, to make sure that our children get their fair share. And how can that be possible, only having 4, when we're 40% of your budget, we're 40% of your money. So 40 cents out of every dollar comes from Allentown. It comes from Allentown.
It might be a topic that needs more explanation and a greater
Well,
time.
right now I'm talking about what I feel.
Okay.
And what I feel for our students. I know that's more of a topic, but I'm letting y'all know ahead of time. This is how our families feel. It's not fair. We are giving you more than we are getting. I'm finished.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Phoebe. Sarah Jane Brace.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson Watts. I have a question about the academic center. That is the full time. So the kids who are there all day are in the academic center, and then the other kids are just there for the part day. So I have actually a different. I don't know if it's the same. No, my presentations that I have up are the 88-page ones. So you're not going to find, I don't think, on what you have what I'm looking at. But the one question I have is there a reason that some school districts don't send their kids all? Like Northern Lehigh has 0 kids that go to the academic center for full days. Is that because the district chooses not to send their children?
Yes.
That's an option. Okay. So we're more than 50% of your budget on the academic center costs, which I think is
Here it is. It's again, it's the 5-year average of the ADMs.
Yes. I'm just trying to point out that we're paying 50% of that budget, and I will be quite honest and say that the fact that our children go there all day, in my mind, then almost makes that portion charter school-esque, because you're educating our children off of our tax dollars. So I just need to put that out there. The 4% teacher raises that I saw, at some point in the packet, I saw that you calculated similar, I believe, to how the IU calculates theirs, where you take an average of all your schools and come up with that. Is that correct? You had
not for the teachers. The teachers have a salary schedule in this 4-year agreement.
Oh, so you don't look at so for teachers, you don't look at what other districts have done and average.
This current contract that we're in, we signed it in I think it was December of 2019, and we're currently in the second year of a 4-year. And this is the first time in probably 15 years that we have a salary schedule for every one of the 4 years, which is based on a 4% increase. In previous years, we always looked at an average of what the districts were doing.
Okay. Okay, so I just want the board to know, I was pretty critical of the IU. I just want you to know I'm pretty critical of that because they're giving their teachers a 4% raise on the backs of us having to pay their bills.
Ms. Grace, let me jump in for a moment. You need to understand the reason behind that. It's typically, it is a consortium average. However, in our analysis before the current contract, we were over $5,000 off our master's max benchmark for our consortium for our teachers. In a career and technical education environment, we're hiring teachers for our building that come out of industry that are very high paying industries that we need to be competitive. If we're not, we will not get quality program instructors in our school. So that's the main driver for that.
Okay, thank you for that. I can be critical.
It is your job.
Then the next question I have is one of the lines about the healthcare benefits. You have that there was a decrease in premium, which means it's an increase in expenses to LCTI. So does that mean that your employees are not having to pay as much?
Yes, and
for their health benefits, and you're picking up the cost while giving them increases in their salaries?
So back to slide, the beginning of the slide set, we talked about averaging, and we do average the benefits as well as the salary. So we look at salaries, now not for the teachers, salary, but for the teachers' benefits and all the other employees, we look at all of the benefits that are given by our sending districts, and we average those.
Okay.
And when our districts went down, so we had to go down.
Okay. Then the next question I have is on the very first page of the memo that we have as board members. It says that it's, the approximately 7.1 million, and it says additional fees will be paid to provide student lunches equivalent to what will be offered in our schools. So is that all we're sending you all year? Is that 7.1 million plus the school lunches? Or are there any other fees that we're going to?
Center.
What's that?
The academic center as well.
So that's 7.1. So I just want to make sure I know what I'm voting on. That 7.1 does not include the academic center because we don't have a memo then that would have that academic center number on.
So Allentown is this the 7.192 number
Yes.
that you have? Okay, yeah. And then the very last page is, here. This amount as well for the academic center.
Okay, so then I guess maybe for that should probably be updated on our memo then, because we're not just being asked to approve $7.19 million. We're being asked to approve that plus almost $1 million for the academic center. Just so everybody's aware of that.
I'll ask your business administrator. Well, I'll speak to him tomorrow or maybe Tuesday to discuss that, updating that.
Okay, now we as a district potentially can have setbacks this year on what we're collecting on property taxes because of COVID and people potentially not being able to pay. You, however, don't collect property taxes. We're required to pay you money for our children to go there. So what happens if we can't pay you because we're not bringing in enough tax revenue?
Well, as I said to you, we have $1.37 million in fund balance, which is approximately 7 days of fund balance. It would put us in a difficult position.
Us, because we can't pay you, it would put all of LCTI in a difficult position?
Mm-hmm.
It's correct. It's based on a consortium model. So career and tech ed is a very expensive endeavor. especially for a school to do it on its own. Thus, the consortium model was developed. So it's designed that everyone contributes specifically based on certain formulas. But if one member, in our case, we have 9 members, some consortiums are as big as 18, some are small as 2 or 3. If that one member doesn't or can't pay a portion of that, it's going to be significant, Ms. Brace, because you can see our fund balance. We don't have a lot of leeway in a fund balance. If we had to bleed it, it would bleed pretty quickly and we would be out of money.
Okay. And then the last I have is there do you have a separate, so we see 2 budgets here. Do you have a separate budget for your adult education center? Or is that somehow mixed in with these dollars?
No, the adult ed is not mixed in here. They stand on their own. Their programming is not for profit. It is for profit. They had a significant hit. They're looking at losses of $300,000 for the current year. And we are monitoring their downfall.
Yeah, but we do not fund the adult education center with secondary dollars.
And is that even through like the debt service that we have to pay as part of the budget for the new buildings? So like the welding lab, for example, is the new big thing on campus. If the adult education program is using that welding lab, do you include some of that debt service into the fees for the adult education? Or is that debt service fully falling on the backs of districts and then the adult education can use the building?
So the adult education has paid for certain portions of our building. There's an advanced manufacturing center that we run an electromechanical program out for adults, as well as a small wing for the tractor trailer training center. The welding, we occasionally will have a welding class, and no, we do not bill adult education for use of the facility. As I said, when they've had a need, they've built their own section, a little wing for use by their students.
Ms. Brace, here's an example of where there is some synergy between both. Adult ed runs a heavy equipment program, as does our secondary side. And for example, if a piece of heavy equipment needs, and this happened a couple of years ago, a set of tires for our articulated hauler was, I think it was $22,000 just for tires. So because that's a co-used, meaning between adult school and secondary, we will often split equipment costs and things of that nature, or maintenance costs if it's a dual use program. So there is some crossover, but as far as that, the use of the facilities in the building are very limited. It's more out on the CDL pad or the heavy equipment pad.
Okay.
In general.
And then last question that I forgot to ask, it's on the screen now, the academic center. Is there a reason, when you look at how many children are enrolled just across the board for the tech part of it, we're 36.8%. Is there a reason that we are so much higher on the academic center? Like, is that pushed on our children more so than other districts, that they should be going to LCTI all day rather than staying in Allentown?
No, I can tell you that it is not. The recruiting efforts that we have from LCTI are spread across all of the members of our consortium. We do not, in truth, what we try and target is non-traditional students, meaning programs that are historically male gender students. We try and get more female students into those programs like construction, auto technology, advanced manufacturing. Conversely, we have programs that are typically more female gendered with their student body, i.e. cosmetology or healthcare. So we do have a concerted effort to try and get more of the opposite gender into our gender dominant programs. But as far as the academic center, that just shows that the students from Allentown have the lion's share of our academic center. They want to be up at LCTI all day and have their current tech component with their academic. I come from a comprehensive current tech school. Part of my background is being a director of a comprehensive school where you have both. And it's a different mindset, and students just really enjoy being there to have both at the same campus. So it's just what I've seen. So that's why you see that number higher. Just you have a higher proportion of your students wish to take advantage of that.
Okay, and I'm sorry, Ms. Johnson Watts, one more, and I'm done, I promise.
You're good.
No, oh no, my gosh, I had it in my head, now I forgot. Go, no, I can't remember now what it was. Go ahead. I'll think of it maybe.
Okay. Was it in any way related to the ADMs?
No, now I just remembered what it was. So all of the districts need to approve this budget. How are we in the beginning of your presentation of districts, or are we at the end? How many districts have presented / approved up to this point?
I got one approval, and we're presenting next month, but generally schools don't ask us to present.
Okay, I should say vote. I should say voting. So we're going to vote on this at the end of this month, us as the Allentown School District. Do you know when the other districts are voting? Will we be one of the first
Sorry,
votes?
I don't know when they're voting, no.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's it, I promise.
Okay. I see thank you, Ms. Briggs. I see Ms. Conover.
Oops.
You're muted. You're muted, Ms. Conover.
Somebody help me. I didn't hear anybody say anything about this tonight, and maybe I'm in the wrong space. But doesn't our vote or our the seats for our voting members have something to do with property values?
Market values.
Market values?
Yes.
So nobody said nothing about that. And didn't LCTI, I know that Audrey Matheson and I think Mr. Smith, who's no longer on the board, along with myself, was on that that committee or something where they were trying to figure out. So this is like some ancient rule that certain people sat in the room and went over and then came out of the room, and it is what it is. We visited that. Am I correct or not?
Yes, we did.
Okay, so I'm saying this not just for me. I'm saying this for our new board members. Historically, and when I came on the board, and I'm not saying anything bad about you, Dr. Russian, or you, Mrs. Bader. You know, it is what it is. It's your job to present and represent. I always said that folks are eating off Allentown. When I first came on the board, it was a problem where I didn't feel like our students were even, at that time, were even being treated as if they were the ballers or the VIPs in the LCTI building. Okay, it was like in ghosts. Now we're not gonna leave that alone, but I'm just trying to give you a little quick history. Miss Phoebe, you said, well, listen, it's not, you like a dog with a bone. You ain't gonna let it go away. We visited it. We can revisit it again and again and again, but until people have an understanding, I'm glad to hear folks are asking these questions. I'm not mad at LCTI for wanting to eat. They listen, they have a budget, they have to live. And it's Dr. Rushton's job to make sure that those numbers are right so this school can keep going. But it's real clear that we are paying the most. And in my opinion, we're getting the least. So I'm leaving it alone, and I'm gonna go to my questions that I had that I was gonna leave to the end. I heard you say, Dr. Rushton, that there's a reduction in enrollment due to COVID. So this reduction is not showing up now. If this budget is approved right now, 221 to 222, at the end of the year, we're gonna see if we gained or if we lost. Am I correct?
Well, it's not year-to-year snapshot, Lisa, because it is a rolling 5-year average. So and the reason for that is a 5-year average mitigates individual yearly spikes in changes in ADM. So that's why you see a 5-year spread in general. if the numbers, if we take a hit this year, a significant hit in students because of, everyone not being able to recruit like we normally do because we're the school of choice, it's going to be, you're going to shift that box over 1 year to the right. So you will see a change, but it is going to be an average of the 5 year. So what that means is it's not going to be as significant an impact overall, but it will affect it. And it'll take a number of years to wash out.
So we're actually the majority according to what we're seeing here, which leads to my other questions. When you say reduction into enrollment due to COVID, what other sending districts are not sending their kids? Because for lack of a better word on the street is Allentown is the one that's not sending their kids, and everybody else around us is getting educated. So is it just Allentown that's not sending their kids to LCTI?
I could tell you that's a great question, and we talked about this last year, and we were going to actually, you and I talked about it at the board meeting of all the different recruiting we do for all of our member districts, and I know you were very impressed by the breadth of what we do. Now, going forward, though, I can tell you in the last 5 years, Allentown's numbers, students coming to LCTI have been cut in half. So you're down to 580 students when that's a loss of 606 students in the last 5 years. So that's significant. And I can't point to one specific reason why, but one thing we were going to work on the last time I presented a budget with Pat, if you remember, we were going to talk about all the different recruiting we do and how we could better synergize with your school district. But again, Allentown's had significant losses of students coming to LCTI in the last 5 years.
Well, I can tell you why within the last 1.5 years, or 1 year, I guess, if it's from March to March, it's because of COVID. That's one reason. The other question.
No, this is well before COVID.
That's fine. We had issues before. When I came on the block 2016, we know that we had some issues and people started really being concerned. And you should work on that. We all should work on that. You understand?
I agree.
So the other thing, though, that leads me to this other question. What would LCTI students returning to LCTI right now, what would that look like? May through June?
You mean current students coming in?
From March to June.
What would they look like
What would that look like?
Coming back to instruction, like in a hybrid format?
Yeah. So, because, let's just say that we had a parent that had a concern and they wanted their kid in the building all day at LCTI because that's what they want. And Allentown is totally virtual right now. What would LCTI have to really offer, or what would that look like financially, as well as what would they get out of it? Can you speak to it? You may or may not be able to speak to that because this is pretty much the end. Would you agree?
Well, financially, I mean, you're paying for the students already. So whether we're teaching them virtually or they're going to be on site. As far as coming on site, Lisa, coming all day would be problematic because I still have to maintain social distance protocol in LCTI. I cannot crush that building with a full load of students. None of us can. No district can right now based on our current requirements. So if the students come to us the fourth quarter, I can tell you initially the very first thing we have to do is make sure that we go through our safety protocol to make sure students are safe in the labs. And then they're going to be in a hybrid format, which would be letters A through K on Monday and Tuesday and L through Z on Thursday, Friday, with Wednesday being remote day. That's our current model.
Thank you for explaining that to me. Then I have a couple, this maybe like 2 more questions. Okay. And you may be able to answer them. And if you can't, I will accept I can't answer that question. All right. The other question is, since COVID, how many times has LCTI had this? And I'm asking this question because I listen to the people. And I'm so glad you're here tonight because I don't have to call you up tomorrow. I can ask you right now, right?
So it'll be tomorrow pretty soon. So that's okay.
It will, but we're going to try to get it in. We got 15 minutes.
That's all right. Turn into a pumpkin at midnight. Go ahead.
Okay. So how many times has LCTI had to shut down and clean to COVID? That's one part of the question. And the other part is, what did the inconsistency in those shutdowns, what did it look like? And was it a benefit? I mean, was there inconsistency in instruction? I can't, I can give an answer, but I'm asking you, what did that look like for LCTI? How many times did the LCTI have to shut down due to COVID?
I believe it was 3 different cycles, meaning for 3 different, like anywhere from a 3-day shutdown to a 5-day shutdown. I think we had to do that 3 different times.
Okay.
I don't know for sure, and I'm speculating, but I believe it was 3 different times.
And would you agree that or disagree that that was an inconsistency in an instruction for your LCTI students?
As a former teacher, I can tell you, anytime you're going to have abruptly interrupted instruction, right, that is never a good thing. It matters not whether it's LCTI or in Allentown. So that's always going to be a challenge when you have interrupted instruction, but we designed our instruction that we're able to then transition to an online format, literally at a blink of an eye, and that's never been done in CTE before.
So you would say that you did the best that you could under the circumstances. Am I correct?
Absolutely. I'm very proud of what we've been able to do in an unproven environment.
Well, I thank you, Dr. Rushton, not Mr. Rushton, Dr. Rushton, for expressing that to our board and myself, as well as the public. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and as a board member at JOC, Lisa, you know, we talk about very often the breadth of what we've done to try and make sure that our students are getting the best education they can in this environment.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that.
Thank you, Ms. Conover. I see Ms. Phoebe Harris' hand.
Yes, thank you. So you said that if we're not able to pay the bill, you're going to go into this, the LCTI goes into trouble, correct?
Yeah.
We only have so much leeway. Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
That's by
So
design. That's by design, Ms. Harris, because we are only allowed to carry so much of a fund balance based on our articles of agreement. We are limited in what we can actually have.
Okay. So we're end up going to pay over $8 million this year, around 8 million something this year, with both costs for the academic and the other part of it. So once again, I'm going to go back to my taxation without representation. Then I have one more question. The cosmetology. I've spoken with a lot of girls, well, a lot of the students who have gone through cosmetology, and then they have to go to like Empire or what other schools they have to go through to get their state's license. Why do they have to do that? Aren't you prepared to make sure that they when they graduate, they can go straight for states?
The curriculum is designed that when they graduate, if they're there all 4 years and have a good attendance record, they can sit for their boards and have enough hours. But the students that have to go for the additional hours prior to getting into, for example, have to go to Empire. That's a great example. That's a very popular one. That's because they've missed however many days of school, and as a result, they're unable to get their hours in. Or they might have come to us, for example, as a junior and want to study cosmetology. They're not going to get their hours to sit for their state exams, but the hours they do get at LCTI transfer to for example, the Empire, and then they'll have to get the rest of the hours there and sit for the boards. But if you come to us and have good attendance, then you should be able to sit for your boards by your senior year.
You should be able to.
You should be able to. But again, if students have a high absentee rate, you know, it doesn't matter which district they're from, it's going to affect their hours in cosmetology.
So I'm going to ask you to make sure that our students know this, because it's not fair that they go 4 years and then they got to pay another $13,000 somewhere else so they can get their license.
Yeah, it's spelled out in the first day of orientation.
Okay. I'm asking you to spell it out even more, even just through the year, to just re-innovate that to our students. That way, and if even if you got to tell them you're going to go to another beauty school, you've already been there 4 years. Now you got to go somewhere else and pay $13,000, $15,000 to get what you could have gotten just by coming to school, and encouraging them to do that so they won't have a bill later.
I agree. We do it frequently. That is a core paradigm in cosmetology.
Yeah, because we're already paying for it. We didn't pay for your education. Your district did. So I would love for them to, because I remember other people in my own family who came out of cosmetology and went straight for their license. So I'm asking you to make sure that you re-innovate this to our cosmetology students or whatever students that won't have to take another form of secondary education after they finish at LTCI. That's the beauty of LTCI. You should be able to go because not everybody's going to college. But those who are there learning a trade are learning a great trade that they can have a great life with. And that's the beauty of LTCI. And I like that. But I hope that you're still, just encouraging our kids to achieve their goal and be able to come out of high school, 18, 19 years old, and have a skill that is well needed.
That's a never-ending initiative, I assure you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I did see Mr. Thiel's hand. I don't see it anymore. So I do see Ms. Phoebe is done. Thank you. And I see Sarah and Lisa. So Lisa, you were right after. So go ahead, Ms. Conover.
I just have one quick question that I wrote down, but I didn't ask. I heard you guys mention something about lunches. Are our kids eating the same as the other schools? Same lunches as the other schools? Because I know there was an issue many years back. Is it the same menu? Or is there still a separate menu for our students as opposed to other sending districts?
There was never a different menu. What there was when your district went to the community eligibility program, that didn't extend to LCTI, which if you ever have a chance to advocate for that, I think that it's really unfair for the Allentown students just because they come to LCTI to not have that community eligibility program. So what I believe
Ms. Bader, can you explain that? Because I don't think the people understand. I can explain it, but since you're talking and I asked the question, can you explain what the actual lunch line looks like when you have an ASD student in line and then you have somebody from Southern Lehigh or Parkland?
I'm not sure if you're a visual. The students from the different school districts do get assigned to, we have 2 cafeterias, and to keep the flow going, they will get assigned to different cafeterias. But as far as the menu, there's no difference there. I believe you're muted.
We can't hear you, Lisa.
Ms. Conover?
There was a time, and if it's changed, then that's wonderful. But there was a time when I was an instructor there. I worked there. And I saw firsthand that the students were eating differently from the other students. This is nothing somebody told me. This is something that I witnessed myself. So as a board member now, I'm asking the question, is there a difference? If you tell me there is no difference, I'm okay with that answer. But I know that there was a time when ASD students were eating differently from the other sending districts.
Well, one of the things that Mr. Wildonger did before he left was he reassigned the buses so that the Allentown students now predominantly eat at Allentown, so they get that free meal because they don't get it when they're with us. So really now, when we are fully in, we have them only the academic students, so they're with us the full day. They're the only ones that eat with us, and we have to get them to fill out the applications and that kind of thing. And we make a concerted effort so that they get those free lunches.
Do our students have the same choices? What I'm asking is, if one kid is eating lasagna, are Allentown school districts eating hot dogs? I want to know if they afforded the same menu. That's what I'm asking.
Yes.
And I'm only asking because I experienced that. So now the menu is the same across the board.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
I've been there 7.5, almost 8 years, and I have not seen hide nor hair of that happen. So I'm glad you brought that up. I've never seen that, Lisa.
Well, thank you very much. I didn't make it up, and I didn't pull out a hat. I saw it.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Conover. Ms. Brace?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Johnson-Watts. One thing that we haven't heard anybody talk about tonight is the special ed population. And so I'm wondering, like what percentage of our special ed students with special needs that apply actually get admitted into LCTI?
Yeah, I cannot give you that percentage. I can get that for you. We are, as a whole, I can tell you as a school, we're over 30% special education at LCTI, which is generally double the numbers of any of our single consortium high schools. So
Is
we
that
are
special ed or special ed with special needs?
special education identified with IEPs or 504s.
Okay, so would you be able to find that and get that to us? What percentage of our students,
Our special education from Allentown?
what percentage of our special ed students apply to LCTI but are not accepted?
What I could do is I could ask our data manager to see if he could mine that data. That's not something I have handy.
Okay, and then the last question I have is, what legally, as a district, are we legally required? Like, is there school code that legally says we must vote on this budget? Or what happens if we didn't vote on this budget? Are we legally required to pass or not pass, or I'm just asking if there's school code that says there's legal.
You could confer to your solicitor. I can tell you that you are required to provide your students with a career and technical education, but as far as the actual voting, Attorney Freund might be able to answer that. I can't answer. I'm not an attorney.
Yeah, Sarah, I think that we're obligated to take a vote. I think that's clearly implied by the code if it doesn't say vote on it expressly.
So what would happen if a vote didn't happen? I guess this should be.
Well, if it didn't happen, Dr. Russian, I forget how many you need.
We would, if it would be a percentage, John, because for example, if a district voted no and everyone else in the consortium voted yes, the budget would pass. So it would be, Pat, what would our proportion be? Do you know offhand?
There are a couple of different metrics, but it's basically 2/3.
Okay, thank you.
I believe I saw Nicholas Miller's hand up, but is it down now or okay?
I just want to ask Dr. Rustin, how would the representation equation change? Is that a state legislation, or is that your board would have to change how many board members come from Allentown, because we're by far the biggest?
Yeah, that actually, Mr. Miller, would require the articles of agreement are what binds us together as a consortium, and we follow that to the letter. We would have to open that up. The board would have to agree to open it up, and then you would have to agree on language to change such a thing and change the method by which seats are chosen or assigned, I should say, or either one works. And then it has to go back out to the districts, and they all have to vote in favor of that for it to pass.
Okay.
So it's a very lengthy process, and it could be years in the making to do something. Something systemic as this would be a large endeavor, and we have done it. We did revisit this calculation a number of years ago, but that's the process. It is not. It's consortium driven.
Okay. And where did that go? I mean, was there any movement away from the feudal system in terms of, you're basing this off of like the land value and not the, percentage of input here? It seems unfair to the Allentown School District children.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I could just tell you that the board decided to keep the articles as they're written. They validated the formula that was in there. I'm not saying that you agree with it, but they validated it. And then the articles were updated and validated and maintain the current process and how we divvy up seats. That did not change.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I see Miss Phoebe Harris.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so the board is already stacked against us because everybody else has more numbers than us. We wanted to change from the feudal system to with really the population. And we have to go to the consortium to do that, but they're not going to do that. So I want my board to think about that. We get ready to agree to this budget where we're giving the most money, 40 cents out of every dollar comes from us. But yeah, we don't have enough representation on that board, only 4 members. I think I'm going to make a motion to table their budget. I'm making a motion to table it because we have a lot more to discuss. We need to figure out what we're going to do because this is not fair. So I'm asking my board to table this for right now, their budget.
I'll second that.
Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, so we're going to table any vote, any movement forward. And I am looking forward to us having further discussion as a board at earliest convenience. So I want to thank you, Dr. Rushton. Thank you, Ms. Bader, for hanging in there with us this evening. It is great that this is happening early in the process as opposed to towards the end of the process. I do believe that strategically helps everyone involved to have clarity and precision when we do finally come to a deciding vote, whatever direction that vote is. So this is an opportunity to take all that has been discussed, review it, consider it, and see how we can proceed. So thank you. And I cannot say it enough. Thank you for your patience and thank you for hearing all of our concerns. Mr. Art, yeah, yes, Nicholas? Oh, Mr. Arts Takesnian, did you have anything that you wanted to say to us? You know, in the interest of time, we just jumped right to the budget presentation.
No, I don't have any other comments, but thank you.
Okay, great. So do we have any comments from the public on non-agenda items? I do see one hand up. I'm sorry, Ms. Phoebe, is your hand from previous?
Yes, yes, it is. I'll take it down.
Okay. I see one hand up, and that is Paz Simpson.
Yes, I have questions. If I'm listening to this correct, what would encourage LCTI to give our students a real voting voice, or to make it more balanced based on the money that the school district is giving? If we're unrepresented and then they go into a room to vote to keep us unrepresented, what guarantees or what helps our students get a stronger voice there? One. And two, if the numbers of the students enrolling in LCTI has been decreasing for 5 years, and he said the numbers were decreasing even before COVID, the numbers were decreasing, why are we still paying so much more money to have so much less vote? And a third, what is the average cost per student in our school district versus our cost per student in LCTI? Because right now at $8 million divided by 500 students, that's a pretty high cost. Does that equal out to the regular education that our students were getting, especially if they're being treated like secondhand citizens when they eat? If they're not being provided with adequate lunch, you know, that does also affect the child's confidence. while they're in school. If one kid is eating filet mignon and the other kid is eating a hamburger, it makes other kids make fun of them. It makes them feel less than. So how are we equaling out that when we're giving so much and receiving so little? That was my questions. Thank you.
Okay, and thank you. And I don't see any other hands from the public. I will give it 5 seconds. Okay, I do believe I saw Lisa Conover's hand.
I just have a quick question. You called on Mr. Arkezian. I hope I'm pronouncing it properly. That was an action item. We don't have, he said no responses. What are we doing with that? It says that it's an action item on our agenda.
What do you mean in terms of what we just tabled?
So was Lehigh, all right, so we just did LCTI, that was number 3, right? And then number 4 was him. Is that the same thing? Is it all the same thing?
No, but routinely number 4 does not come forward in this session. It comes forward at the regular monthly board meeting.
Okay.
And if there was something that he did want to highlight, that would have been the opportunity.
So on the back page of, and this is just for clarity, the show Johnson Watts. On the back page, it was just listed as number 4. It says monthly reporting and budget status. So I was expecting to hear from him, but if we're not hearing from him, that's fine. And it said it was an action item. That's why I was asking.
Yeah, that has been happening at every meeting. Every committee of the whole meeting. Doesn't mean that it should always be that way. He is, he started, I guess, what month was it? October?
I started in October, but it certainly feels a lot longer.
But here's the thing. It was something that was going on before you even started. So I will tell you, and we didn't have time. I'm going to take a moment here, if you don't mind. We didn't have time to do the Carbon Lehigh Intermediate Unit presentation, which I believe many people would be very happy to hear about the progress that's been made. And Mr. Arkezian has been doing outstanding work in pulling together a number of things in a way that is with the utmost respect for compliance and audit concerns. So ultimately, as you see, Ms. Conover asked about point number 4, which routinely has been something that is postponed until the regular monthly board meeting. So since it's come up, you can give some thought to that and let us know where we are with that going forward. But as far as comments from public or non-public agenda items, we had one person speak. I didn't see another name come up. I do believe we have a special meeting that must take place in order for certain things to be approved. So I do see Ms. Brace's hand, and I don't think there's anyone else. So Ms. Brace, yes.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson Watts. I have a question actually for Mr. Freund. So where school code says, I guess, that we legally have to provide tech ed for our kids, if the Allentown School District were to locally provide tech ed, would we meet the legal requirements for that, or do they have to go to a tech institute?
No. In fact, there are places that do that. Mrs. Brace, what you'd have to do is to extricate yourself from the LCTI agreement, and that would require a process, and we'd still remain liable for any debt service.
Okay.
But yes, you a school district could provide the vocational education within its own district. It doesn't have to belong to a VOTEC.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so I'd like to move forward to any old business. Any new business or grass catchers? Is there a motion to end this meeting?
So moved.
I second. All right, moved by Ms. Conover, seconded by Ms. Matheson, and all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and so I'm going to pass this on to our president, Mrs. Wilt, as we begin the special meeting.
Thank you, Mrs. Johnson Watts. I would like to call to order the special meeting of the Board of Directors of the School District for the City of Allentown for today, February 11/12, 2021. Madam Secretary, can you please call the roll?
Ms. Brace,
Here.
Ms. Conover,
Present.
Ms. Harris,
Here.
Ms. Johnson Watts,
Yes.
Ms. Matheson,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Here.
Mr. Thiel, I think we lost Mr. Thiel, Ms. Vega,
Here.
Mrs. Wilt.
Here.
We have 8 board members present.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. If you could all join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. At this time, I do not have any remarks. Superintendent Parker, do you have any remarks?
Very briefly, just a bit of gratitude and thanks for the board, as well as the community members who are here with us this evening. The recommendations that we're bringing forward are designed to ensure that our teachers, our instructors, our staff members have the equipment that they need to thrive in a virtual environment as well as in a hybrid learning environment. And purchasing this evening through the special meeting will ensure that we receive those items well in advance for implementation and installation for the return to the hybrid environment.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. At this time, if there's anyone from the public who would like to speak on the agenda item we are about to address, please raise your hand. Seeing none, may I have a motion for the approval of the superintendent's report?
So moved.
Is there a second? Oh, Mrs. Brace, is there a second?
I second.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Johnson Watts.
I just want to clarify the presentation that was given, the concern over the type of computers that the teachers have. It is my understanding that it will be alleviated by this purchase, that they will have the capacity built into these laptops that were presented to us earlier today. And in addition to that, that screen is so that the teacher has the capability of seeing more of the students while they're sitting in the classroom than they would on that small laptop.
You're absolutely correct. The setup will be a new laptop, the screen, so that teachers can do split screen and see students as well as whatever they're projecting, and a camera to span on the teacher for instruction.
Okay, I just want to make sure everyone understands that it's not like we're trying to have pretty pictures in the room. We are literally expanding the capabilities to carry out what we are requiring of our teaching staff. And we are meeting the needs of fulfilling those requirements with this purchase.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson Watts. Any other discussion on the item or questions for the administration? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, could you please call the roll?
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Ms. Vega,
Yes.
Mrs. Wilt,
Yes.
Mrs. Brace,
Yes.
Ms. Conover,
Yes.
Ms. Harris,
Yes.
Mrs. Johnson Watts,
Yes.
Ms. Matheson.
Yes.
8-0 passes.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos. At this time, if there is anyone in the audience who would like to address the board on non-agenda items, please raise your hand. Seeing none, is there any old business? Any new business? Before I ask for an adjournment, I would just like to thank the attendees who have hung with us during this meeting. We appreciate your willingness to participate and to engage and listen and speak. And I just wanted to say thank you, and thank you to everyone who took the time to present tonight to us all. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Ms. Johnson Watts, seconded by Ms. Conover. I saw you go yellow. I'm going to assume you were seconding.
Absolutely.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful night. Get some rest.
Good night. Thanks
Thank
much.
you. Good night.
Night, folks.
I can hear you.